thinking. He dreams of raising a family and personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. He likes gabbro, aluminum, and yellow glossier, as well as giant coyote bone and warhammers, armor stands, and the words of the Umber Mountain in the sight of the granite hole, and when possible prefers to consume giant earthworm, and banded knife fish, and sweet potato wine and muskmelons, and absolutely hates mussels. You have many friends, some of which are dead, some of which are not, and some of who are not even here right now, probably out at war, and many passing acquaintances. Many passing acquaintances. Guggernaut, I like your name. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you greatly. Hey, Kodiak. He chooses males when thinking instead of chews his nails when he's thinking. Oh, yeah, no, that's a slight difference there. Slight difference. So Bob in YouTube chat is getting a dwarf. Do we know what kind of dwarf Bob wants? We have 100% vampire population right now, so no, it doesn't end. You rated me twice? Yeah, you did. I remember those. Dealer's choice. We'll go with happiest dwarf with beard, because Bob sounds like a beard dwarf. Or maybe Tavern Keeper Bob. What do you think? Tavern Keeper? Lady Tavern Keeper? Bob? Methinks that checks. You did see Maffle's dead body, which is terrifying. Bob, the Tavern Keeper, is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and takes no pleasure in her talents and accomplishments. Can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Oh, that's not good if you work in a social environment. Finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. Has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, prefers to present herself modestly, tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and it likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Holy shit. Bob just gifted 20 memberships in the YouTube chat. Well, Bob is carrying the stream today. Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? YouTube chat, can I just click the celebrate button a bunch? Dreams of raising a family, and personally strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and sees competition as very important in life, and has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world. Doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and dreams of raising a family. Of gift subs. And likes narcosite, bismuth bronze, green zircon, the color periwinkle, and leggings, bins, and guinea fowls for their social nature. And thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate you. Bambara groundnut. She likes Bambara groundnut plants for their edible nuts and the words of the Umber Mountain and the sight of the play of sisters, and when possible prefers to consume anchovy, strawberry wine, and can't stand slugs. Welcome to Z Fort. Your lover is dead. Was a bone carver, just died to Kona Thiva Rathi. Fate paddled. The starvation of death, which is such a good name. As you can see, it killed a couple of my vampire dwarfs. The 14 kills are all that it's got in my fort, so I will need at least 14 additional tombs. This creature is a gigantic noseless fruit bat. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Beware its fire. So it breathes fire, and it's a fruit bat. That's what this thing is. Now, it's currently locked in this bedroom region. The fight literally just ended. I kind of did a next time on. Most of my squads are not in the fort currently. One of them just returned, which is this one. And overall, I would say that things are pretty horrible here. I'm actually just going to tell these guys to train. So what I need to do is I need to properly memorialize and finish caring for all of these dead dwarves. And I also still need to name Stylianitis. Stylianitis, what kind of dwarf would you like? Wait, did I not name you? Right, no, I did. I did. I'm also going to do this because I don't trust the game right now. so I don't need to rename dwarfs. Getting mixed answers from Reddit is, and you can't find it on the wiki. Your liaison was squished by a bronze colossus a couple years in a row. The way is now clear, but but you haven't had a liaison for 3 to 4 years. You have low rep with your faction. You are in this room, right here, with your wife, I think, actually. Dominoc. Let me double check, because like that was your sword right there, which was a Peridot sword. It's the symbol of the captain of the guard. You will get an... Okay, so there's a very quick way to check, Dacrius, if you will get another. Question number 1. Have you been getting traders from the mountain home? Like, have you been getting traders from your faction? Question number 2. Go to the world map, click civilizations, and then hover over your faction, which in my case is the Knowing Theater. Does it say that they are exporting terror and vengeance like this? If yes, you will never get another trade caravan unless you disable the civil war in using DF hack. Otherwise, you're fine. It's just going to take a while. They either haven't appointed a new one yet, or yeah. So I'm in the process of step 1, training new captains because I lost some of my captains, and stealing stuff. And step 2, directly invading my old fort. Okay, so I would check the civilizations. If it says that they are exporting terror and vengeance, then you're at war with your own faction and you're never getting traders again. The other thing that you can do is go to the units screen, go to the other screen in units, and see if there's any traders still on the map. Are there any merchants on the map? If there are merchants on the map, you need to get rid of them by usually killing them. Also, Suited Giraffe is tantruming, which checks out. Also, we have an artifact that's just started, and that's the list of dead dwarves, which I need to keep up. The creative permanencies have arrived. Does anybody need a tour of this fortress? And also, Dominoc, you're asking for your mangled body. Okay, well, that is your hand. So I found your hand. That's your wife's leg. I think the rest of your body just burned. Unrelated dwarf, unrelated dwarf. Yeah. So for the fortress itself, this is the front door / trader door, which I should probably open. The front door / trader door is defended by my dogs, War Dogs, and War Bear, and War Leopard. Just inside here is the fortress itself. Here is the statue of Let Me Solo Her. Let Me Solo Her was a dwarf that charged directly at a goblin siege all by themselves and could have won if they didn't get stuck in a corner. But it's an image of her first kill, her striking down a yak bull in the year 312 before she became a vampire. And then in the fortress itself, actually it might have been after she became a vampire, we have this kind of area, which is crafting, more crafting, and then central staircase. Over here, we have some clothing crafting, and then here is the route down to the caverns. We've got bedrooms and guild halls in the middle. Obviously, the bedrooms aren't super heavily used because, well, we're vampires, and vampires don't really need bedrooms. That being said, I probably should actually assign a bunch of these because, frankly, it's good for them to have a bedroom and somewhere to store their stuff. It stops them from making messes. So I should actually go through and like reassign these because they'll never claim them themselves. That being said, though, a lot of them are still claimed. A lot of them are. That's something I should do today, actually, is just go through and just reassign all of the empty beds. Because they really like having a place to put their stuff. We've also confirmed that they will not age into adult form if they become a vampire as a child or a baby, so we do in fact have some immortal vampire babies. So, that's all. I really want to see a baby vampire eat an adult, just because I think that would be really funny, but I'm not sure we'll get that. But the thing that I need to do is I need to make a whole bunch of coffins, step 1. I need to get all of those dead dwarves memorialized, step 2. And I need to then figure out how we're going to get rid of that Forgotten Beast. Because that Forgotten Beast is a major issue. And a bit of a health hazard. Considering it breathes fire and, you know, is kind of scary. So, All of the above. She only killed 25 of them before she got cornered. Yeah. No, she only killed 25 things. And injured many. Like, half of the enemy army was just, like, took 2 hits, but then managed to dodge the third one, so didn't die. Yeah, I don't know. If she had backup, or if she didn't get cornered, she would have killed so many things. There's JJ, there's Merlin buff. The dwarves that have been around for a while still have bedrooms, but it's the new migrants that don't, because they just came in, became vampires, and then never got assigned bedrooms. I really should assign a dorm to my... Oh, maybe I should make that area with the statue the dorm. I could do that pretty easily. Man, so many of these dwarves don't have bedrooms. So many. Most of them, even. Because they do like just having bedrooms. Although the problem is all these soldiers that are getting assigned here are just going to unassign them when they leave. So I'm going to have to go through this and do this a second time, probably. But at least now they'll have somewhere to put their stuff. Let's get you in here somewhere. Let's get you in here. Let's get you in here. Let's get you in here. And you in here. So now there's 2 entrances to the fort. There's also this one down here. This is the baddie entrance, which I'm in the process of building some lava-based minecart machines, but those are unfinished. Down here is where the enemies get burned. That's where I burn them. And then this is where the crafting room leads to. If we follow this up, it goes up to this tiny little garden, which is mostly defunct at this point, not really used too heavily. Over here is the tavern. The tavern is also connected to down here, although, like I said, I think I might turn this into a dorm for the military. Maybe turn this into the dorm for the military or something. Or maybe put it over here. I don't know. I need a dorm for the military. And I may also condense these down into just one. Just get them all training in this one and set all this up this way and then do this. Let's get rid of these 2 so I can expand it. Because this is technically part of the tavern. So this and this are connected. This is the tavern. If you click the little plus button on a barracks, you can make a barracks into a tavern. So dwarves will dance in here, they'll sing in here, they'll also serve the military drinks while they are drinking. As far as nobles go, we have a new mayor, who's Besmer, a devilish potato, because the mayor was born and died twice. So I'm going to give devilish potato their new bedroom, or their new office, rather, and their new dining hall. So now our mayor is functional, although... Wait, what did I... Oh, that's a bedroom. Let's just unassign you from your other bedroom. Did I just... How many... Okay, what did I do? That's a dining hall. This is not... What? I'm so confused now. What did I... Assign literally anybody else to this. Got 2 bedrooms. Where's the other one? Okay, so that's the grand bedroom. And then that's the fine quarters that you also have. Okay, well, let's put you somewhere else. Okay, cool. Done. I forced the dwarves to drink water laced with blood, is how I made everybody into vampires. How vampire? There's no 2. I'm very good at making extremely silly, complicated commands. This is how we make vampires. This is a vampire adventurer who I told to stand somewhere and then pull the lever and drop them in here. He was not the original vampire, but we made him into a vampire. Threw him in there. There is a spike underneath him, which is this. It's just a single iron spear, which is connected to this lever. Pull the lever 3 times until it says that there's a pool of that person's blood at the bottom. Fill that entire layer up with water, which we use buckets to do. And then this well, if you drink from it, the water is always laced with vampire blood. If you consume vampire blood, you become a vampire. That is what we're doing. But now I am permitting the vampires to continue drinking alcohol. So while I might be cruel, I'm not that cruel, I don't think. But now, okay, so Nil Aban. There are too many dead dwarves and too many coffins. But a lot of these need to be assigned, so it's not too bad. And I may have to expand this pretty soon. No, they do in fact derive satisfaction from booze. So this is just on fire. There's going to be some lag for a little bit because something is probably getting blocked somewhere. It's probably also partially you. If I forbid everything in here, this may also speed this up. So let's try that. And also down here. Let's also forbid all of this. It is going to take a while for this to clear. Just a heads up. But right now, a lot of dwarves are trying to path in there for one reason or another. Oh, it's probably also you not helping. So now I need to figure out who's stuck where. Because somebody's stuck somewhere. I could also just use DFAC to put the fires out. Which maybe I will. Yep, that's what it needed. There's a fire blocking someone somewhere. Now we just wait for the smoke to clear. Or I could just clear smoke. All right. So now we just have to deal with this. Let's see how many dwarves need to go into tombs. So it's probably a lot. There is a lot of sadness in this fort, and there's going to be a lot of sadness in this fort for some time. So now we wait for bodies and stuff to be delivered down into here. And we wait for the dwarves to all get put away. And as for the military, we wait for the main squad to go back so that I can tell them to keep attacking that location. We also need to figure out what to do with that Forgotten Beast. Let's just make sure that you get put where you're supposed to go. But yeah, no, I did in fact have to force them to drink water. It was very unfortunate, but it was part of the reality that is this fortress. There's a forbidden arm there, and I'm not sure why. But yeah, does anybody have any questions about this fort? And also, thank you very much for the 10 gifted memberships. Stellar Foil in the YouTube chat. I had to click on that name to figure out, or to click on the word at the top to figure out how to see who it was. So thank you. I don't have a super chat goal. You are correct. I was just about to do that. Let's just do one at a time because that's easiest. So yeah, we need to just get these bodies buried, which is going to take some time. If anybody wants me to check in on their dwarf, if you're worried about your dwarf, I can say this, though. Kev H, Elray, Butch, Dominoc, Jasper, that was Mercy, are the named dwarves that I see dead. When the soldiers come back, I'll read through the full list, because a lot of them are currently not on the map, and plenty of them have names. So I'm going to start memorializing the ones that have been missing for a week. Oopsies. I think I have slabs for all these. So let's do Uvash. But only as they pop up missing for a week. Let's make 10 more slabs. I have a question. Why are you working on your day off work? But yeah, I'm thinking we make this into a military dorm, because this is currently just directly connected to the tavern, but I could cut this, like, down to here. Fill this up with chests. All of the fancy ones. By that, I mean the encrusted ones and all that stuff. Didn't need a lot of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 26, 27, 28. Sure, we'll just do all of those. I can also do these. Those can all go there. And then I just need bed. I need more beds anyway for my hospital, so let's just say 40. I don't actually know how many logs I have. Got 109, we're good. Well, it's just taking a while. Why haven't you left yet? Because you are unable to stand. All right, get out of the military then. And get inside. In that order. And I also need to see, is the burrow on? The burrow is in fact on. Let's turn off the burrow. Let the dwarves go elsewhere. And we've got children, of course, placing items in tombs. After drinking water, I bet being a vampire didn't feel that bad. Probably feels kind of like nothing if I had to bet. Probably feels kind of like nothing. Because, like, you have no feeling and no... I want to say humanity, but these aren't humans. So, you have no dwarf left in you. You are now just vampire. Let's see how many more tombs we need. I'm just going to do these one at a time. So that I get a total. Yep. 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 It just keeps going. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. So yeah, aside from kind of a lot of deaths, honestly, this fort's going smoother than I thought it would. I know that that seems kind of hard to believe, but it is actually going smoother than I thought it would. I usually do anywhere from like 2 to a dozen forts per world, yeah. It depends on how interested in the world I'm in. YouTube takes 70%, YouTube gives me 70%, Twitch gives me 70%, Streamlabs gives me 99.8% or whatever, because all I have to pay is transfer fees. It's a question from YouTube chat. Actually, I think YouTube technically takes more than 70% because they don't pay the transfer fees either, so. Or it takes more than 30%, yes. I get less. It's like 60-something percent. Plus, they don't actually tell you the percent. When you use Super Chats, like it says I'm getting $10, but I'm actually getting like $6.40 or something. Zaten, the and also then I have to pay taxes on it. Anyway, Zaten, the armorer vampire, has created Eshokokeb Edos Ram, a copper helm, and offers it to the Firefrost. Fancy copper helm. Also, Mincot can be heard howling throughout the fortress. Got to deal with that. And we're about to get hit by ads, but I'll see if I can read this artifact first. So, chat, it's Thursday. What you up to this weekend? Doing anything fun? Got a lot of bank-related things I got to do. And also some taxes-related things I got to do. We're getting into that season, too. All craftsware ship is of the highest quality, is encrusted with round tanzanite cabochons and encircled with bands of copper and rose-cut tanzanites and emerald. And emerald-cut smoky quartzites. This object menaces with spikes of tanzanite, green zircon, and diorite. On the item is an image of a cyclops in Gabbro. Okay, well, I will put that onto this pedestal. Never mind, I will put in another pedestal because I'm out of pedestals. And then I will put it on a pedestal. I have to do a lot to make sure that we don't run into problems here. Unpacking after a trip. Presentation evening with friends. What's that mean? It should say in your notifications, Viking. It was gifted to you. I don't know who. But plenty of people have gifted subs. Holiday season for 2024 was busy. Yeah, word. I get you. Cook Dolly. There you go. You make PowerPoints on special interests and present them. That's both the cutest and also nerdiest thing I've heard in a minute, Laura. I was like, when you said presentation evening, my brain went to like, are you a Tupperware peddler? Darius, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. Are all furniture items passable by dwarves? Mostly. There used to be more variety there. Like all workshops used to have like an impassable section, which, to be honest with you, I miss greatly. I greatly miss when there was impassable portions of workshops. Check, and I could get a couple beers for that 5-pack, at least 5. Also, Norstad, it's good to see you, mate. Just moved to Pittsburgh? Gotcha. Yeah, that's going to be me next month. Streams are going to be, like, intermittent next month. I should just let the game go. Oh, well. You think the rest are? I'm, like, mostly certain. I know that, like, upright spears aren't when they're upright. The front half of pumps aren't passable. I'm thinking. I don't know. There's got to be more than, like, 3. So this world has started taking a really long time to save. Seems about right. I'm not entirely sure where I should put my slabs, so I'm going to just start plunking them down in here. I mean, I will happily stay away from your lunch because I packed my own. Or stat. Statues are not... Yeah, I'm trying to think. I know. Okay, technically windows are furniture and windows are not passable. Upright bars are not passable. Vertical grates are not passable. But those are the only ones that are really coming to mind. So this is the place that we're fighting. There's currently 3,000 goblins here. At one point, there was 5,000 goblins here. I don't even know what that means. Lara, what is a trophic cascade? The Oaken Fiend of the Diamond of Sculptures, and we attack them. The Dwarf Vampire outmatched the Goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. We're currently fighting with 217 goblins. The problem with this is they keep on repopulating their military supply. We've got 2 birthday parties to attend this weekend. Oh, geez. A lot of birthdays. But we're down to 100. 150. All right, well, let's keep to it. Let's just keep pillaging them. And this is going, well, okay, now let's actually just make this into a separate barracks. And make this into the store stuff and sleep in as need. So instead, which they won't do, but it's the thought that counts is kind of where I'm going with it. This is what I'm going with at this point. Let's also just get rid of this portion. And extend this out to here. What size world do I plan? It varies. But it's usually between like medium, large, and large. I enjoy bigger worlds just because I like to have more variety, but it depends. It depends on what I'm doing. If I'm planning on playing a lot of forts in a world, then I'll do bigger worlds. If I'm not, then I'll do smaller worlds. This dwarf is working real slow. Yeah, you need alcohol. But yeah, it highly depends on the world that I'm playing. Okay, let's just get all this stuff thrown out. All of that stuff thrown out. We also got a lot of socks and stuff to get thrown out. Like this can all get thrown out. That can 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 get thrown out. And all that can get thrown out. Okay, so the critter decided to move into this door. So I'm just going to lock it in there and use this as an opportunity to get the rest of this stuff out of here. Because I personally think that... Oh, geez. No. I didn't actually lock the door. I thought I did. Walk back through the door, you. Float back through the door, then. I went through a trapdoor for a second. Got him. Easy peasy. Trophic cascade is interactions between species based on the impact of a predator on an environment. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so we found several dead dwarves now. I need to deconstruct that to get the body dislodged from it. But we can put more stuff into tombs now. More stuff is getting put into tombs. How did it manage to get in my fort? I let it in. It's not a dwarf fortress without a little bit of spice. And I figured that would be a good way to acquire some spice. Gonna have to send these squads back out, but how did this one go? Vampire Manom led the attack, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage due to his cunning plan. No, literally, I let it in. I could have locked the door, but I let it in. Gotta do something. 2 seconds, chat. We're back down to 146. I need this dwarf to come home. Then immediately send them back out. I'm going to be completely honest with you, Liam. I haven't played a Grand Theft Auto game in like 8 years and probably won't play the new one, and I have absolutely no interest. You keep asking me about it. Not my game. How do you plan your fortresses? I don't really. I just kind of mess around with different patterns that I think look visually appealing to me and try and aim for that. And if I can nail it, then that's great. If I can't, then oh well. Sometimes I nail it and sometimes I don't. But honestly, if you actually look at my forts, this is just squares. It's just I've rounded off the edges. Like really, you could build this exact same fort as just squares. Line these up, you know, make this a square, make this a square. But if you just cut the edges off, you can do a lot more with a little. This is going to be a shit ton of trading, holy crap, because of all the dwarves that just died. Also, it's party time, apparently. You guys have been real good about this lately. You know what to do, I think. So, I've got some pretty good contenders for Captain of the Guard. Because I've got a few dwarves that literally have no functional arms. Although, I'm not certain those would actually be good captains. And let's go here. I'd sell the iron stuff, but I want to melt it down. Although I probably don't need to melt it down. Probably be smarter to just sell it. Fuck it, let's just sell it. It's normally how your forts are made, squares that are rounded in curvy hallways. Yeah, I think that rounding off hallways and curves goes a long way. I also think that, like, if you're new to the game and trying to figure out how to make stuff that doesn't look like cookie cutter, my recommendation is to build in caverns and restrict yourself to the portions of caverns that are entirely like stalactites, so the big pillars in the caverns, and only build within those. Basically, like, restrict yourself to building within cliff faces, or like a canyon fort could also work. Because that is a really easy way to build some basic restrictions into your fort. And I do actually think it goes a really long way towards pushing you in the direction of that. I could sell them a giant lizard. I'd also just pasture the giant lizard. I kind of thought I ate it, but... $488 items. Do I have totems? I do have some. Also just have shit tons of finished goods. Is there any artifacts in this? Not that I'm seeing. That I can sell too. All right. 'Tis trading time. Damn right it must continue, balls. You auto-mine veins and use it as a hallway. I haven't done that in a while. But I do like doing that. Although usually if I auto-mine veins and use it as a hallway, I still clean up the veins a little bit. Make them look more presentable, in a way. Or what I would feel looks presentable. I also need to sell off those dogs, I think, which I'm pretty sure are right here. Yeah. Although I could wait a little bit. Nah, let's just deconstruct you. Can also unforbid all this. And go here and make a new cage. I mean, going to sleep is definitely probably the right decision. How goes the fort? Kind of a bit of a bunch of blood-sucking vampires, but, you know, it's fine. Depends on the veins. Yeah, I don't like the direct diagonals. There's a giant multi-story hall with pillars. Those are the ones I like building. They just take so long. Yeah, true. Or I think magnetite, big magnetite veins do that. Darius? Yeah, there's a few different veins that'll let you mass clear like that. Oh, squads are back. How'd this pillage go? We led the attack. We had a strong positional advantage. There's so many goblins here. So many goblins. And he's always online anyway. I mean, some people just like to have a digital social life in their free time. I like how you know that too. Like that's how you know that Twitch truly builds communities, is when you pop into a random stream that's a similar game to the game that you normally watch and you recognize 12 people in the chat. 150. All right, so they recruited another, what, 50? Yeah, because they were above 200 again. Clash with 143 goblins is what we're down to now. Stay at it. Stay on target. Let's see if I can send 2 separate squads. I probably can. Stay on target. I mean, you might be lurking in a stream while you're sleeping. I don't know. I wouldn't judge that. I've certainly done that. Okay, so because Devilish Potato is now my mayor, I need a new broker because Devilish Potato's gonna be busy. Moses seems to not be bad at the job. I have no idea anything about Moses, but we'll chuck Moses in here. Currently bringing items into Trade Depot. Doesn't seem super busy. Lurking is fine. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. But whatever I type hello, my insomnia moments, in your insomnia moments, people think that you're a robot and perpetually awake. I get that in FG Squared's chat. And I tune into her streams like maybe twice a year at like 3 o'clock in the morning. They're like, everybody's like, what the fuck are you, go to bed is literally the first thing I see every time. Tune in just immediately responded with, go to bed. I'm like, I woke up with like my arm hurting because I slept on it funny and now it has pins and needles and I can't say hi for 2 minutes while I drink my tea and try to go back to sleep. What? You left mine here when going to work and watching random stuff when you get to work. Yeah, you pop in and out while at work, yeah. Some people have questioned when you sleep. I question when you sleep sometimes, Stone, but then sometimes I'll be like, Stone's not here today. And then you'll just be like, just woke up. And I'll be like, Stone slept. That's good. Overheats your phone while falling asleep? It makes my phone pretty warm too, yeah. The same thing happens on YouTube though. So. I mean, Ilmirin has good taste. What can you say? Also, I agree with the YouTube chat that lentils are great. And YouTube, don't forget to leave a like on the stream, yeah? I wish I could leave a likes goal. If I could leave a likes goal, that would be like the best goal. It's like goal of 1,000 likes. It's a shame that you don't do that in real life instead of in a video game that isn't great. You know, I don't understand people's obsession with Stone Shard. Like, it could be such a cool game if everything but the art style was different. Like, I launched that over the weekend a couple weeks back and tried it after the last big patch and was just like, man, this game sucks. Like, why isn't this a good game? It looks so pretty, but everything else just is like kind of okay. Like, it's fine. Like, it's like a 5 out of 10. Any notable dwarves today? We kind of just started, mate. Kind of just started. Well, try and stay on topic, Liam. If you stay on topic, it might be easier for people to chat. But you see the potential of what you could be. But there's games that are already there, though. That's the thing, right? Like, there's games that fill that need and that niche that are already there, that you could be playing. Like, you could be playing Dungeon Mans, right? Like, Dungeon Mans is kind of a different game because it doesn't have the survival stuff, but, like, Dungeon Mans is great. It's like, there's so many streamers out there that could be playing some excellent proper roguelikes that are there and have been there for a very long time, but instead they're playing Stone Shard because it has sales. It's like, it goes to just show that, like, there's two types of people in this industry. There's the people that promote the games that need to be promoted, and then there's people that play the games because they're popular. And it makes me sad. You're doing just fine, Liam. You're gonna struggle to find people who are interested in Grand Theft Auto potentially here. I mean, like, I know I'm one to talk that, like, I'm playing Dwarf Fortress, but in my defense, there's usually less than 10 people streaming Dwarf Fortress. And for a very, very, very long time, I was the only person streaming Dwarf Fortress. So I've got a lot of weight that I'm trading. That's going to be difficult here, so I need to buy stuff that they have that's heavy. So I might just buy this yak and eat it. And then just buy these cages just to clear the weight. I still have tons of value, so I might just nick that one. Grab all of those containers. I thought that said sunberries for a second. It said bilberries. We'll buy the leaves and fruit. Buy the scrolls. Buy the book. Buy Zems. And give them all that. There you go, dwarfs. Still 3 more items. Oh, both squads have returned. That was fast. Yeah, gonna get eaten. Well, turned into crafts, more like. Man, they're just clashing with them. Clashing with 188, 71, down to 171, so they recruited more. Where are we at now? Outmatched them with a cunning plan. Clashed with 211. Oh my god. What are we down to? Ably led, clashed with 178. Okay, so that we're in the 170s. Send more pillage. Send more raise. Send you. Oh, I see. Let's send you pillage. Send another raid. Pillage. Send another raid. Pillage. We're down to 2,000 population. How's the new patch going? Don't click sheep. Sheep crash game. If you click sheep, game crash. Also, we learned that if you try to demand tribute from one of these locations, with the primordial cloud stuff and whatnot, the game tries to spawn an entity that has no species. And so because the game has no species, the game crashes, which I think is really funny. Bad bug, I think is what you mean to say. Fight Attack, thanks for the 30 months. I hope you're doing well. Hey, chat, I realize I've been doing a lot of quick stand-up and sit-downs today, but I'm going to stand up again because I got to pee. I'll be right back. Where are we going? They'll be leaving soon? Okay. Ghostly Wrestler was finally laid to rest. That's good. Moods are horrible. But, you know. It is what it is. I think another squad already returned. 2 did. 2 pillagings happened. The vampire Kublok, Ewing Green Tea, unrolled a brilliant tactical plan. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. That brought them down to 126 goblins. I don't know if this was the first or second. Oh, 202. Okay, so this was the first one. Okay, so this is my more green captain, so not my best captain, but at least they're taking out some... The inky basis of influencing. Lolar's full title is the inky basis of influencing. We are the inky basis of influencing, I guess. Well, since they're completing those fights now, I can start grouping them up again. Sending them back out. Now we're just waiting on these 2 to return. The mechanical works can also get sent out. which is this squad. I don't know how they'll do, but we'll let them go. And the merchants have left. So for it seems fancy, it's all vampires. So if it seems fancy, it's all vampires. So no matter how fancy it seems, just remember, it's all vampires. It's all just the vampire aesthetics. Even better? Yeah. I mean, if you look at this, everybody's red because everybody is vampire. How are we? Dwarves are pretty bad. I'm okay. How are you? Glitterino? I'm still just sitting here looking forward to February. Like, I just want this whole month to be over. Because there's just some things that need to happen towards the end of this month that need to get done. And also, I'm excited for this, don't get me wrong, but big patches for Dwarf Fortress always stress me out because I'm always worried I'm not going to be ready in time. And got a lot of stuff coming for this next patch, so stressed about that, but, you know, doing what I can to survive mentally and physically. And then go up to here and type in war. Every unnamed, well, actually every stray war dog just goes right here. It was gonna be, I don't know about it being basic, but it certainly has taken a bit more of a satanic bent since that one person said they were unsubbing in the YouTube chat, so. Because for those of you who weren't here, I had an individual pop into the YouTube chat and say, is that an upside down cross? Well, I guess you just lost a subscriber. And I was like, is that an upside down cross? And I kind of squinted and was like, yeah, I guess it kind of looks like an upside down cross. Anyway, let's just make a bunch of upside down crosses. Because why not? Fuck the rules. Yeah, no, I know. I will get DF News and Future of the Fortress out this weekend. I also need to figure out exactly what I want to do for Adventure Mode launch, and I need to chat with Kit Fox and see what their plans are and if they'll tell me. And all of the usual, like, you know, streamer shenanigans for an update on a thing. We're in an ad break, so I'm just queuing stuff up. Yeah, I don't know. Some people are just very pearl clutchy. Plutorino. It's a video game about dwarves, and we are currently vampires. Like, I don't know. If there isn't some evil imagery or, like, grim imagery, is it even a vampire fort? I mean, come on. I've played a Castlevania once before. I know how this ends. It ends with a guy with a whip whipping some random pale dude. I mean, if that ain't evil, then I don't know what is. You should have brought yaks. Just, here's the thing. You can do stuff with your sheep. Just do not actually click on the sheep to pop this screen up. So you can butcher them, you can pasture them, you can do just about anything with them. You just can't click on them and look at their image. Also, like, this is another thing I need to state. There's crosses on the ground in churches. Okay, I've been in churches that have crosses on the ground. This is a matter of perspective. When you walk through the door, it's not upside down. If anything, it's very right side up. I'm just saying, checkmate. That's all. This is no place for a reason. Uh-huh. And go, oh no. Putnam informed me that the reason the game was crashing was because the game, apparently had already found and fixed the sheep bug. So that's been fixed. It just needs like it just needs the update to get pushed through. Oh. Right. So we have a problem. They're still seeing this sucker. So I need to lock him in a different door. Maybe in here will work better. Can we get this out without canceling it? There we go. Now I can lock that again. Just wanted to get that body part buried. Tuber Sheezy, thanks for the $4.99. Hey, Twitch chat. YouTube chat is supporting the stream heavier than the Twitch chat today. This is crazy. Hazaza, how are you doing? You can freely click on sheep without crashes. What version are you playing on, the beta or the not beta? Because if it's the beta branch, it's a 100% repeating crash for most of us. Unless they've patched it since last night, which I don't think they did, although they may have. I do have a 1 megabyte update, but I think that was from that was from yesterday when I was testing it in Proton. But if you're not playing on the beta branch yet, you won't crash. Yeah, this is from the beta branch update yesterday. To automate compact bedrooms in DF. Oh. I'm trying to figure out why you would want to do that. Chat, would you judge me if I just drop the rock on this thing? Asking for a friend. Yes, I'm using Linux. There's 2 videos on my YouTube channel about it, Bob. Because I'm trying to think of ways to kill this thing. And outside of, like, trying to just imprison it somewhere else, which I could do. Ooh, actually, I've got an idea. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Well, that's really stupid of them. Wait, what? Why are you injured? You're one of my previous dwarves. Huh. I want to say this dwarf was tantruming. Or was imprisoned somewhere. Huh. Well, welcome back, I guess. You are in the military already. Should just throw you in the military. Swords dwarf. Rando dwarf. Horse. Cow. Another dwarf. Another dwarf. Okay, here's something I'm going to do real quick. I'm going to jump over to this, and I'm going to set this as a pit pond. Just get the dwarves filling this. Because we've got to get these dwarves vampired or they're just going to die. Or they are going to die. Okay, one of my dwarves is coming to recover wounded. I've got to send 3 of my squads back out. 1. I'm going to see if I can catch it in a tunnel, because I think I may actually have a pretty easy way of catching it in a tunnel. That Forgotten Beast. Just so that we can use it for something in the future. Attackers did have a strong positional advantage. We're back up to 180. The reason their squads keep increasing is because they had a population of 5,000. And they had 500 militia when we started attacking them. And as we deplete their militia, they keep appointing new militia. So... do vampires need food? They don't need to eat or drink. They will not eat normal food unless in hospital. They will drink if there's a tavern keeper that feeds them drinks. So they do need to drink for mental health purposes. If they are a dwarf, if they're a human, they don't really care. DF has been running natively on Linux for over a year now. The Mac port was canceled, which some people are really whiny about. But if you read their reasoning behind it, it makes a lot of sense. And if you know much about how Mac architecture works, it makes even more sense. It's one of those blame Mac, not the devs. Rovod ship partner clashed with 188 goblins, but it does run just fine in Proton too. I'm just running it natively because I can. We're down to 2,000 goblins there. Let's pillage this. Send out another pillaging mission. Send out an additional pillaging mission. Okay, so let's just go into here. Type in horse. Donkey. Just gonna slaughter everything that I don't go and say, man, I need that, like, immediately. As well as some piglets, why not? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add everybody to this burrow and then type in vampire. So I have 9 non-vampires in the fort. So they are now all assigned to that location. Are we recovering the wounded dwarf? Okay, we're not going to put Oz in there. Oz might end up being food. Because I need that wounded dwarf recovered. Or this wounded dwarf recovered, I guess. That's 6 people in the Steam forums who are still complaining and have left negative reviews for it due, apparently. Chris? How did your new arrival get wounded? Because this isn't a new dwarf to me. This is a dwarf I expelled. Who was wounded when I expelled them because they kept tantruming and got a beating, I think. But they come back sometimes, so this one came back. Dishmab is recovering wounded. Who needs a cook in a vampire fort? It's okay, they'll get retrained and repurposed into proper jobs. That is actually the plan. God, this map is so cool. This is actually like the best cave adaptation fort ever because like the entire world just has roofs, basically. Nobody ever sees the sun. You know, it's funny, Bastet. In concept, I fucking hate Subway. Like, I always feel the need to, like, talk smack whenever people talk about Subway. In reality, I go to Subway, like, once a month. It's like, there's nothing particularly good about Subway. If anything, it's arguably bad in most good cases. But I still eat it. Do we import garlic? No? I mean, there's no reason to. I could for the memes, but... Oh no. Well, I lost the leader of this squad. I suppose it's time to, recruit some newbies. Or move Moldath to a different squad. Let's do that. Had at least one pillage go poorly. Dwarf Vampire unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Yeah, Subway does really feel like food brand food, doesn't it? Subway is horrible, but you love it. Yep. Yep. No, I agree. This is the issue that happened. We had a dwarf who was struck down by a goblin named Rovod. We had Zanang, who was imprisoned, and Sazir, who was imprisoned, and Aerith, who was imprisoned. This place is going to raise and free captives. And this squad right here is going to pillage. Keep at it. And as my hospital gets kept in motion, you're 4 of 7 deep. How many dwarves are filling? Nobody? Really? Isn't that kind of hard to believe? Well, it is full, so we'll just unforbid this sucker. And I'm gonna lock these 2 doors. I may just be out of buckets, actually. Ah. I'm out of buckets, for sure. For sure. For sure. Well, all right. Good news is, can just go over to you and wait for these dwarves to drink from this bucket. So as soon as these dwarves get thirsty, they get to hang out in this meeting zone. They will then jump onto this well and drink the water. There is, what, 4 of 7? That should be enough for a few of them at least. Not likely. I can check. I'm not going to assign any more scholars. I've got too many already. I could make a holy diamond. Which one do you want? Not somebody who's in the military currently. No, I don't actually. I just live in a apartment that isn't designed for humans to live in that has 1 window. There's actually some natural light coming in right now. And it's not as dark in here as it looks. This is just sound foam. And cameras don't like black. It's going to be hard to keep that aesthetic going. Well, I asked you which one you want. You can have Olin, you could have Thob, or you could have Olin. Would you like Olin, or Thob? Would you like a beard or no beard? Stormwolf. It's not a closet. I mean, it's 8 by 10 feet. It's supposed to be a bedroom, but I'm single and don't have a social life and never have friends over, so I put my bed in the living room. Thob? Okay. Then you get Thob. Stormwolf is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, dislikes obligations, will try to avoid being bound by them, is conflicted by this for more than one reason, is swayed by emotional appeals, easily is moved to mercy, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. Does not fall in love, rarely develops positive feelings, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he is very humble. He is quick to anger, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and starting to work slowly due to its scarcity. Yeah, we need to do a pub day. He personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, and would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Finds the proposition that one should work hard in life abhorrent. Doesn't like hard work. Dreams of crafting a masterwork, and that dream was realized. Likes lay pewter, lapis lazuli, almandine shell, and gizzard stones. Chickens for their scratching, and we've talked about these before. That thing for its coloration, and the word of the saffron droplets, and the sound of the gold of cobalt. And impossible prefers to consume giant tortoise and hagfish and Kimwa beer. I feel like hagfish isn't edible, but what do I know? Has 2 friends, doing better than most, and is a member of the Creative Treasuries. And I'm going to actually remove labors for a little bit because people probably want to yell at somebody in charge. I'm also going to probably organize a pub day in a second here. Let's remove this from this area because I had a artifact that was being made there. Do this and go vampire. All vampires in this zone right now and enable it. So everybody's just going to go hang out in the pub now. We're just going to do that. Because they're all in the pub. The dwarfs are still just over here. And then as soon as this well gets used, we're going to have vampires. Although, I guess I should also be tending to the dwarf that's in the hospital. So I will also permit this area down here. Although I have this weird feeling that this dwarf in hospital here is just going to get eaten. I have this feeling that that's going to happen, this suspicion, but we'll find out. I mean, you're cleaning the patient right now, so at least somebody's doing something of value. You want to sleep close to the wood stove? At least you have a cozy wood stove to sleep close to. I mostly moved my bed into the living room because I wanted some work-life balance separation. And mostly it works. Mostly it does. Alright, so they get to watch performances now. I will still be periodically sending out squads to go fight, but let's see how these missions are doing, or have done. The first pillage. Some of my dwarves have turned on me, it appears. Dwarf Vampire Zhang was struck down by Manom Ink Bridges. And it also appears that Sazir, Sword Murder, one of my dwarves, was struck down by Ton Iron. So Iron has turned on me a second time. Well, that's cool. We snuck in undetected. I was able to free Aerith, Scribe Dagger, but the other 2 already turned on me and we killed them. The Vampire Eshton led this attack. We attacked them with a cunning plan. I have no idea what that means, Liam. Father Dux, thanks for continuing your gifts up from Prosectra. I haven't seen Prosectra in a minute. Thanks much for sticking around and keeping that sub going. Appreciate you, mate. 165. I'm going to re-squad my militia because it's currently very underpowered. I'm going to, I think, get rid of this squad eventually, the Ordered Petals, and move everybody into here. Because the other commander is better and I'd like them to be the top commander. So this is now just Eshten. So this is now no longer a squad. And Eshten is going to join this squad. And this isn't a squad anymore. You can just go away. Because everybody died there. And queuing green tea. I'm going to give you the gold battle axe. We're going to do that. And then also, I'm going to take all these squads, and I'm going to tell them to fucking go update their gear. Except for this bottom one. Who's going to go back to having intellectual discussions with friends. Because, as you can see, I've kind of lost a few soldiers. Arath, you can join this squad again. I do have many good military dwarves, but they're just, like, permanently injured. And they want a ranger guild, which actually it makes sense. It kind of makes sense that they want a ranger guild. Guess I should make a ranger guild now. Alright, let's see how this went. Dragonfire is the hottest material in the game. It's the only thing hot enough to melt like an adamantine drawbridge. It'll melt anything in the game. Even Slade, as far as I know. Only things that don't have a burn point won't melt. You know, the most memorable things from all the streams and all the VODs of the young dragon who fell in valiant defense of the fortress. You can't quite remember which fort it was. I loved the fortress that had a dragon in it and then a second dragon in it. And I trained both of them. And then that fortress fell. And then I made a new fortress. And like within an hour of making that new fortress, we got attacked by a dragon and it was the same dragon. I think that's the one that you're thinking of. It was the one after Dragon Spike, whatever that was. I think it might have been Fire Orb, actually, wasn't it? Anyway, the Speechless Irons led brilliantly, clashed with 166 goblins. How many are we down to? 2,000 still? Okay. Let's go pillage. Let's go. Let's go pillage. Let's go pillage. Who's running this squad? It's Rith. Yeah, I need to, You can't grasp. I need you to grasp some higher concepts that aren't, you know, that. Anyway. Dwarves all have better gear now, so that's good. Does Dragonfire destroy the mushroom whose temp is point fixed? No, because that doesn't have a burning point, right? So things that can't, like, are unburnable, things that have no burning point, cannot be burned. I think I'll also connect this to Tavern Time. So that is an item that doesn't have a burning point. So thus can't be burned. Let's just look at current jobs. See, is anybody serving booze? Okay, I do have two dwarves that are serving wine very actively. I also now need to check this. Ah, see? All my dwarf is vampire now. I can now remove them from this zone and add them to this. And then I can go over to this and double check. Well is still in fact operational. And I can open this up. So all of my new migrants are now vampires. And Saigon, you're going to join the military, I think. You're a swords dwarf. I think that you'll probably just be at the bottom, right? Dreams of creating a great work of art. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Dreams of raising a family. Work of art. All right, well, get in there. So I've dug through this. So since everybody is currently locked up, I'm going to open up this. And it's going to run over to this door. I was going to say, and then hopefully it turns around, but it certainly hasn't yet. I want it to go down through this and up and out through here. So what I think I'm going to do is just build a wall of granite in front of that. First, I gotta lock this so we don't run into problems. Oh, easy peasy. Why there? There's a way out right here. You silly? Well, I mean, if you insist, then. If you insist on sitting down there, I'll let you sit down there. That's fine. It's been a long day for this beast, that's for sure. Oh, I'm in an ad break. Shit. You call it a paper vampire? What? What language is this? How many squads would it take to raise a 20k to Goblin Pit? Can they get that big, Piticato? It's not squads, it's how much time are you willing to spend? Can vampires give birth? No. Oh. So is it like a 2-word thing for a stapler? Like, is a stapler like a 2-word... Like, is it... Because to me, like, that almost sounds like a full sentence. It's like, you have to say 2 words to say 1 word. It's interesting. YouTube chat. Just a reminder. If you want to help out the stream, very easy way to do that. Leave a like. There's 100 of you watching and 63 likes. It's very easy to click the like button if you haven't yet. Hello, yours to your stuff. Coming into the stream, there's a Forgotten Beast in the bedroom. Forgotten Beast in the bedroom, vampires everywhere, mass pandemonium, pigs in the hallways, dwarves in the tavern, mass hysteria, cats and dogs living together. It's a great time. Whew. No going back to your happy place. Also, none of that either, apparently. Let's just shut this down long enough to get this built. What's funny is the Forgotten Beast has a direct way out. It's right through here. He's just got to go up, over, and down. That's all he's got to do. Up, over, and down. Let's just forbid this so that he doesn't get out. It's funny, like, you know, I lock this, I lock all this stuff, and then now he's just not, I don't get this critter. But anyway, he went the direction I wanted him to go, so I can now not do this. So this door is now locked. He's now locked in the prison. Now that he's locked in the prison and can't get out of here, I'm going to lock one of these prison cells. We'll go with, I don't know, maybe the one that's already locked. Like this one? Actually, yo, Beastie straight up just has like a way into the fort. Not that I've really given him one, but not that he's taking advantage of it, rather, but it's like literally just needs to fly through this. It's like he's got no sense of direction or something. Like I've given him multiple ways into the fort multiple times, and he's just like never taking advantage of it. It's like literally just walk through that grate. That's all you got to do. But could very easily kill us all. What are we all doing? Still have one non-vampire in the fortress. You need to go get vampired or you're just going to get dead. Because the second this dwarf goes to sleep, they will be in pieces. Yeah, Forgotten Beast. Hey, Dr. Linden, long time. So, fun fact. I went back in time and reinstalled an older version of the game a little while ago now, Linden. Locked doors were always indestructible for Forgotten Beasts in version 47. Trolls and some asterisk Forgotten Beasts and some asterisk demons could break down doors. Most can't. Like the vast majority can't. And because there was 2 settings to lock doors in older versions, there was keep tightly closed, which would keep dwarves out, but not keep pets out. Or rather, keep tightly closed, which would keep pets out, but not keep dwarves out. And locking, which would keep dwarves out. I'm convinced that we've all just Mandela affected ourselves into... And they would go up to the tightly closed doors and then break them down. Because they could break them down if they were tightly closed. They couldn't break them down if they were locked. I think we've Mandela affected ourselves into thinking they could break down doors. Because trolls still break doors. Some demons still break doors. I've seen that happen. Some angels still break doors. And ogres break doors. Zombie ogres break doors. All ogre variants break doors. And standard level 2 building destroyers that I'm aware of break doors. Because they never stopped breaking doors. So I'm literally convinced at this point that we've just Mandela affected ourselves into thinking that that was the case all along. I don't think it was. In fact, the longer I play, the more I'm convinced that we were just Mandela affecting ourselves. I don't get the joke. Please explain. Suited giraffe. A vile darkness force has arrived. They are not seeking a parley. Two of my squads have just returned. And they are right here. Actually, why don't we tell you to stand here instead? Except for the ones that don't, which is fine. Like, I'm guilty of this too. Absolutely Mandela affected. Dwarves are fighting. Unforgotten here is already in a martial trance. For reference, and already out of a martial trance. Has 161 kills total now, including Keen Cook. Probably ate him. Way back. Goblin Siege falls faster than it arrived. Rest in peace to you, goblins. Rest in peace to you. As quickly as they arrive, gonna go to the overworld. Lanix would like to dwarf themselves. Chat, are we dwarfing Lanix? Clash with 142. What are we up to? Clash with 146. Okay, so they refilled and then did it again. Let's try sending 2 at a time again. What's the population at? They're back up to 2,000? Excuse me? Or no, wait. No, they're down to 2,000. They weren't up to 2,000. Do I have any? I do. Okay, I've got some random treasure from here, apparently. Do I have any other things that I haven't looked at? Clicked on? Nope. And there go the squad again. Yes or no? That's all you gotta say, chat. This has to be overwhelming. Otherwise, you guys don't get to vote. But do any of the dwarves break dancing? I've seen them break while they're dancing, but I don't think that counts as break dancing. All right, chat, what kind of dwarf are we giving to Lanix? I think that Suited is off his meds. You good there, mate? Like, seriously. Then, maybe this is the problem. Something penguin related. How does the broker sound? Broker of deals that can and will confuse? How's that? What do you think, chat? Lanix the broker is a vulgar being who does not care a lick for even the basic rules of civilized living, is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism, and truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. I need to promote you to captain of the guard. Though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. So he likes assisting those in need, but hates it. Okay. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently, so he's kind of racist. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, is quick to form negative views about things, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, doesn't seek out excitement, and is very humble and is stubborn. Speaks deliberately when he's angry. Needs alcohol to get through the working days. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Personally, thinks the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, and likes jet bronze and amethyst and crystal glass and durian tooth and drunian tooth, not durian tooth, and picks and mail shirts and the sight of the copper iron. If impossible, prefers to consume pineapple wine. And absolutely hates bark scorpions. More like helping people is great, but it's so much work is probably how I feel like that would go. Dwarf, why don't you have any gear? I'm trying to get to stuff that's not accessible. Got 2 dwarves like this. Let's do that. Do that. Now you're going to go pick up equipment. How about you? Now you're going to go... Okay, weird. Or are you just going to go get his spear? Oh, actually, I think I know what the problem may be. Got too much gear that needs to be melted. Got a glove on. Well, there you go. We've got an artifact that's starting, which is Richer XI, who's claimed a gem, a rough citrine, and a gem cutter's shop, and is now making jewelry of some sort. Down here, the Knowing Theater attacked once again. Also, Monom, the Diamond Knight of Illness, is a good name. Killed their goblin leader, and another goblin. And another goblin. We're clashing with 158 goblins. Dude, I could go for some potatoes right now. Put some potatoes and a little bit of ham and cheese. Some eggs, some carrots, bowl of fruit. I just want to go to a diner, I think that's the reality. Keep at him. Keeping at him. Okay, you can't grasp. What squad are you in? 121 notable kills. You know what? This dwarf can't grasp, but they seem to be doing okay. You also have no squad assigned, which is probably partly the issue here. So I've got a bunch of dwarves that can't grasp. And I removed them from the military because they take too long to equip stuff. I'm starting to think maybe I should just let them go get whatever they want. I'm really starting to think that. His grip strength is below average. Yeah, I mean, like... Could be better, that's for sure. The dwarves have just been locked in the tavern for a bit now. And I've spent quite a bit of time in the tavern. Oz up here, the cook, is not yet a vampire. I'm gonna keep staring at you until you become a vampire. You just gotta drink some alcohol. It's not gonna take too long. You just gotta drink some water. You gotta get the craving for the booze, and then it'll all be fine. Richer XI the Dwarf, Gem Setter, has created Nimar Nagak, the perfect citrine, and offers it to the Firefrost. I'm just gonna dig through this tunnel down here. I also have a helm to put over here. So that go there. And that goes there. Still need to make that guild. One squad, the other squad is returned. It's already red. Let's send them back out. Time to go pillage. Arthur the vampire or the vampire crafts dwarf is throwing a tantrum. Okay, well, I need a new captain of the guard. I think Rith, the dwarf hunter vampire, is going to be my new captain of the guard. Because Rith has no use of his hands, or her hands. So probably not the worst person to get punched by. probably also still pretty bad. I'd also like to see what the logs are for a dwarf like that, but let's wait for this to get dug through. Let's get that constructed. And this constructed. Actually, one further down. This constructed. This is where I'm going to try and lock this beast. Captain of the guard with no use of their hands but a legendary biter. I wonder, because they try to punch and kick, so they'd probably kick if I were to bet, but I wonder what they would use. They may go for biting, I don't know. It could also go for miscellaneous object. Like headbutt them or something. Actually, can they headbutt? Or maybe just stub thwack? You know? Stub thwack. That's a term that I'm coining for today. Okay, here comes Beastie. And let's do that. He does shoot fire, so we'll figure out something to do with him. Or we won't, and then we won't. Maybe charging counts as a headbutt? Possibly. Okay, so now we just need to wait for crimes to get reported. Or we need to wait for the next crime, rather. Although, actually, I could probably just interrogate Arthur. You'll probably go convict him, right? Or interrogate him. Or maybe you won't. Also needs you need a dining room assigned. Because currently you have these two. That's your dining hall. Captain of the guard now satisfied. Vampire fort with beasts in the wall? That sounds like a very normal fort aside from the vampire part. I see nothing out of the ordinary here. I don't know about you. All right, I need probably another one of these most likely, right? Nope, okay, that's surprising. I'm trying to think where I should put the Rangers Guild, and I'm thinking down here, or maybe over here. Also need to get those beds placed, so let's... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then down in here. 1, 2. I'll just do that. Let's take out this. Thinking maybe... Well, actually... Let's make this into like a hallway. So let's just do a line along here. Let me take that out as well. And down here, I think, could be the Rangers Guild. But we could also double it up and make it into a Marksdwarf's Guild as well. Or and make it into a Marksdwarf's training room as well. Because I probably should set up Marksdwarves at some point. Put like windows in between the two. To give you that funky hat hair look? Yeah, that's the worst. It's that weird line between, all right, do I not cut my hair or do I cut my hair? Like the way I'll look now or like the way I'll look later more? Unrolled a brilliant tactical plan. We're currently fighting with 147. Clashed with 140 and 129, slaying 9. Okay, what are you down to? Clashed with 130. Okay. Let's pillage again. Yellow, how you doing, Midnight? If anybody's wondering what's happening, I am just trying to... Oh, no. Whew. The game seized up for a second there. I'm just gonna... Quick save. I think you're dead, Suited. Let me double check, though. But how's your day going? Midnight? You know, I gotta say, for those of you who were around for the raid yesterday, the raid we did, A+. I love it when we raid a streamer and they're just unable to speak for the, like, entirety of the time that I'm there because they're in such mortal shock and fear. That's, like, some of my favorite things. Like, I genuinely, like, I realize it would be better for me as a creator to just go raid people who are already famous. But, like, man, it is fun to just go scream at, so just send, like, 200 people at some tiny channel that, you know, has no idea what they're in for. Let's see if you will go acquire stuff. Let's just set these, just reset you guys to metal armor. Let's go do that. Also, apparently it's party time again in the tavern. There isn't actually that many people in the tavern, so that's kind of surprising. You're stuck between wanting to keep the top long and shave the sides like you always do, or get it all short again? I don't know. I mean, it is up to you, and clearly you're stuck on it, so I'm not sure if I can help. Hey, chat, can I get a round, like, I don't know, some party emotes? I was gonna say round of beers, but just round of party emotes. It's party time. I'm also gonna build this fortress slightly smaller with door locks. I tend to agree with Orc with Bow. Very much in the thanks I hate it kind of space. Artifact doors are indestructible unless they have burnable portions, in which case then they're then they will and always have been lava burnable if lava flows through them, or dragon burnable. So if it's an artifact door that's made of like adamantine, I don't think it's dragon burnable. It's been a while since I've done the science, so I don't know entirely. Yeah, I think they were just trying to equip items that were inaccessible. I'm also just going to go here and make iron shields. Did I click iron shields? No, I clicked iron short swords. Iron shield. Let's just make 20 of them. And what's the other thing I need to do? Let's scroll through this. What's forbidden currently? Basically nothing. I should really go through and, like, pause a bunch of jobs. Snooze well, Welsp. What's up, Caleb? I'm doing okay. Doing okay. Waiting for the end of February. Or for the beginning of February, the end of January. We're running a fort of vampires, and they're starting to get a little slow, but it is what it is. Let's also do iron pick. Just make 20 of those. Oz is still... Wait a second. Are you a vampire? Hold on a second. Were you the original vampire? I really wonder now. I'm starting to think this dwarf may have been a vampire. Or might be a vampire. You're here to honk vigorously? Well, consider it honked. What's the reason for the honking on this fine day, Bonesaw? Because otherwise, Buddy here would be thirsty and or hungry by this point. Or be upset after sleeping on the floor. Well, this was one of my dwarves, but I expelled them for some reason. I can't remember what it was. So I'm just going to watch him for a little bit. Because I think this may be just a vampire. I also think this is a bad captain of the guard. Because she's refusing to leave this room. So let's appoint a different captain of the guard. Let's go with Geshud. Yeah, I think that's the case. Alan, thanks for checking out a gift. Fort goes good, and now goes a little bit better. Appreciate the gift. I hope your day has been all right. Gonna go grab the captain of the guard's ceremonial aluminum sword. A box of coins? Guess that must be from the old adventure mode such. Is there somewhere you can read a little bit about this fort? I can give you the short version. The short version is this fort started off as a we're going to build an army and fight against the goblins fort and try and take over as many of the mysterious adventure mode sites as possible with some adventurers in the fort and try and use the magical items. Magical items have not worked much. I haven't seen any of the dwarves I assigned them to use them in combat. That being said, we found some bugs, and then we had some vampire problems, so I turned the whole fortress into a vampire fort, and then we realized that the other fort that I built in this world has actually become a, how do I put this, infested with about 5,000 goblins. So we are taking over it as a vampire fort, full of vampires. And a dwarf that I expelled a while ago, which I can't remember why I expelled them, I think they were tantruming, has just returned, and I think they may also be a vampire, which is convenient. It's funny, like a dwarf hiding the fact that they're a vampire in a vampire fort. Sir Otterfied. That is truly hysterical to me. So I'm trying to get Winterhearth back. We are in Winterthrone. Getting Winterhearth back is one of the goals of this fort, which requires just repeatedly besieging this place and pillaging them. Just repeatedly. Just repeatedly, ad nauseum, ad infinitum. What am I waiting for? You just noticed? Yeah? I clearly didn't. So what am I waiting for? Well, Arthur's throwing a tantrum while being taken to prison. Or while being interrogated, actually. Did you fail the interrogation? Subject misjudged the character. All right, well, let's try this again. There's an extreme lack of Morbius jokes because the stream is doing better than it did at the box office. You know, my lifetime profits are probably still lower than the profits that movie made. Just saying. I can now convict you because he admitted the crime. Subject confessed to multiple crimes. And now I can let you out. Let's see. How do you enjoy the prison? Angry after being confined. Well, balls. Could let the beast burn him. I could do that. Grim enough or too grim, chat? What do we think? But you've defeated a bottle of surprisingly nice wine. I love how that goes. It's like, I was trying to work and then alcohol. I do feel that, though. I do that sometimes. Be trying to work and then get distracted by something. Like, not even remotely related. It's like, well, the day's gone. Okay, so let's make a new guild hall. This will be a ranger guild. I'll set this to citizens because it's not bad to train citizens in militia stuff. As a sipping thing and you loving it? What you sipping? What whiskey? Not that I necessarily recommend drinking whiskey. I mean, it's pretty bad for you, but like, still curious. Let's do it up to here and do copper. And copper. And copper. And copper. And copper. And then here, let's do granite. And granite. That'll be a decently well-appointed spot. One squad is back. Yeah, I haven't had that. But yeah, no, I do enjoy whiskey and bourbon. And scotch. I haven't been drinking much recently, though. Just too busy saving money, but... And that and all my bottles are currently in the basement anyway. 119 goblins we're down to, supposedly. Well, get back at it, dwarves. Get back at it. How many kills are we up to here? 144. How many? Okay, so this dwarf doesn't have a working spine. 6 notable kills and 101 others. Doesn't have a spine. Was my first fully incapacitated dwarf. I'm wondering if you will go grab a shield. Yeah, I think we just didn't have access to a lot of gear. A lot of gear was inaccessible. If a lot of gear is inaccessible, it kind of fucks up their pathing a bit. I don't think the gates are closed down here, are they? No, they're not. Is there a bunch of stuff down here? No, there isn't. All right, well, something I gotta do as well. I'm gonna do all the way along here and all the way along here. All of this needs to get deconstructed. They don't have a spine and can move that well? Yeah, I know, right? It's like, I can't move that well. And I have a spine, I think. All right, so this is what? Andesite is what I made these out of? Can also go all the way through this bottom down here and deconstruct all of this. A working spine. Keeping it simple, are we? Beard or no beard? Agreed on the tension headaches, Sem. Also, hi, Semtexagon. Either happiest dwarf with functional spine. Got her. Found one. Thanks for the super chat, Sam. Appreciate you. I don't know what the transfer rate for that is, but... appreciate it, whatever it is. He can be very happy or optimistic, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, doesn't often feel envious of others, is stubborn, and tends to think before acting, does not often feel lustful, prefers that everyone present, and he prefers to present himself modestly, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive feelings, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. Tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. And he doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and doesn't really value merrymaking. Like sandstone and black bronze and milk opal and kumquat wood and elephant seal leather, llama wool bracelets, and cream. The color cream. Bucklers, bracelets, and spiny dogfish for their dorsal spines, and the words of the Umber Mountain and the sound of the amethyst of silk, and when possible, and the sight of the tressed euphoria, when possible, prefers to consume swamp whiskey and can't stand large roaches, and feels a lot of empathy. Hey chat, can I get a round of beers for Semtexagon with the 50 DKK in YouTube chat? Again, I have no idea what the transfer rate of that is, but thank you. Yeah, so this has to be a vampire. You have to be. Ah. This is an assumed identity. Their true name is Stodier Squirtongs. Okay, well... I will keep interrogating you. What happened in the meantime? I think I found a vampire who's pretending to be a vampire in a fortress full of vampires, which honestly, very funny to me. Still fighting against other location. I'm starting to get some constructions going, and it's a lot of this. If you weren't here at the very beginning, there was a very large forgotten beast that got stuck in the fortress, and I'm debating using it as an executioner. Just a normal dwarf. Yeah, normal dwarf. I'm food! 112. I'm also still besieging my old fortress, and I've got them almost down below 100. So we're making a lot of good progress on that, which I'm very happy about. You really don't want to do your job of training, do you? I'm gonna be back in 2 seconds, chat. I realize that's been a lot of standing up, sitting down, but like... BRB. Also, I have a curious question here, chat. To those of you watching right now, in both chats, have you been playing since release? And if you've taken breaks and haven't come back recently, are you going to play again when Adventure Mode releases? I realize that's kind of a specific question, but I'm curious about how many people are watching right now who are watching because Adventure Mode's release date was announced. Because it does actually have a release date now, which is the 23rd? 24th of this month? 23rd of this month. I keep thinking it's the 24th, but I'm mostly certain it's the 23rd. Not in Adventure Mode friendly? It's an odd way of putting it. Not played since, not interested in Adventure Mode. Because, like, I'm trying to figure out how much effort I should put into Adventure Mode release. Like, I'm going to put some. But I'm just trying to gauge what actual interest in Adventure Mode is. My current general assumption is that 80% of the people who watch the stream don't give a fuck. And it genuinely makes me want to cry. You're just a time traveler? Gotcha, Arc with a Bow. Like watching Adventure Mode? Do I need to repeat myself? Like that, it sucks to me. Very looking forward to Adventure Mode. Same. Like here, I'll just do a poll in the YouTube chat to make things easier down there. I'm not going to use it for cloth production. We don't need it. Also, you can't sell it, so it's kind of useless. If you could sell their cloth, then I would use it. There's been several webs Forgotten Beasts, which I've just killed, because fuck them. They're It's waste of crafting time at this point, the way the game currently is rendered. If adventure mode was rendered in 3D. Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out... Because, like, I'm excited for adventure mode, because I enjoy playing adventure mode. Not as much as fort mode. I'm with a lot of you there. But I enjoy it as much as fort mode, just in shorter play sessions. And I'm trying to figure out... Because I'm genuinely excited to play, like, a week of adventure mode. If I should be excited for adventure mode to stream adventure mode, or if I should be excited for adventure mode because they'll work on things that aren't adventure mode for a bit after adventure mode. At this point, I don't know. I want to be excited for adventure mode, but the audience's historic and general disinterest in adventure mode makes me depressed. Because, like, to me, adventure mode is something like Stone Shard, but not shit. Like, that game is so dog shit boring. Yet, there's an additional couple thousand people playing Stone Shard over top of Dwarf on an average day. And it makes me lose faith in gamers. That's all. That's all I have to say. The Forgotten Beast Uxo, Mokchu has come. A gigantic eyeless termite. It has a fat, bulging trunk and a bloated body. Beware its webs. What floor is it on? It's on the floor where it can get to me. I'm just going to lock the door. Deal with it later. What you going for? What adventure mode is? So Fortress mode, you play in the generated world on a singular series of tiles in a secluded area and interact with the game's simulation that way through the overworld. Adventure mode is where you, instead of interacting with it in a singular, what's the word? Instead of interacting with the mode or with the world from a singular fortress, you play as a singular character. So it's a solo RPG, except you wander around the entire open world. I'm pretty sure wander requires either hunting, fishing, or leaving the map to go explore or attack something, isn't it? Pretty sure that's literally just what wander is. Unless I'm mistaken. Clashed with 104 goblins. Well, that's good. Remember going down. What are you up to? 110. Okay, so we pushed them down to 104 goblins. Fingers crossed. So basically, think about it this way. Fortress mode, you play and build and work towards running a fortress, right? That's kind of a given. Adventure mode, in my opinion, the thing that makes adventure mode cool is it allows you to interact with the game's world simulation in a lot of ways that you don't get to interact with it in Fortress mode. So in adventure mode, you can gain a full appreciation for the combat, for one thing. You get to see how in-depth the actual mechanics of the combat are, which I think is really cool, personally. You get to interact more closely with individual characters in the game. You can go visit your old forts and yell at your old characters, that sort of thing. But like, I don't know. I guess like the general indifference towards it is not sad to me, but it is kind of disheartening in a way. It's disheartening in that I don't know. I guess there's part of me that, you know, I because I play this game for a living and I'm just some dumb influencer on the internet who you shouldn't listen to. I want people to play this game, and I want as many people as possible to be playing this game to a degree, within reason, even though I don't actually encourage that. Go play other games. Don't get bored. Don't burn out, because that's worse. But adventure mode offers so much variety to an already extremely rich experience that the general indifference towards it, just on the basis of the fact that it's a turn-based roguelike, is fascinating to me. Like, to me, it should have as much appeal as something like Battle Brothers. Especially if you chuck a handful of mods in there that enable a lot of things that people expect from modes like that. Such as, you know, being able to dig. Or some basic magic stuff. But I mean, it's basic, but it's also the most moddable mode. Because it's very easy to modify what an individual character can do in Dwarf. It's very difficult to add mechanics to Fortress mode. It's very easy to add mechanics to Adventure mode. I say very easy, but like, that's what modders have told me. But those adventure mode... So I did an adventure ages ago where all I did was write a very terrible poem and then walk around the tiny world that I'd generated to the 4 fortresses I'd built in that world, saying that poem to see how many dwarves would know it when I reclaimed the fort. Every single dwarf knew that poem. And one of the dwarves that I spotted in my tavern had a memory of, was embarrassed after witnessing a performance. Or seeing a performance, watching a performance? I can't remember what the exact wording was, but... So yes. Skimming chat, both chats actually. But yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to adventure mode because I'm looking forward to having more variety that people are interested in watching. Because like I can play variety on this stream, right? Like I can just say fuck it and stream Stalker for a Sunday randomly. But I know that if I do that, if I stream Stalker, 2/3 of you will leave. And that's just a fact. And I like Fortress mode a whole lot. But to be completely frank with you guys, I'm human, surprisingly, and burn out on stuff every now and again. So I'm excited to have adventure mode as a functional mode in the game that people understand, just for the sake of having more variety that's still Dwarf Fortress. So it is nice to know that people are interested in watching it, even if they're not interested in playing it. But I'm looking forward to it because I want to play. And I'm currently like rattling around in my brain and trying to figure out, because like for years I played Dwarf Fortress, right? And nobody played it. Most of the people who watched me didn't play it back in those days. And thinking back to that mindset, it was always okay, how do I make this game seem more interesting and more approachable? Or how do I show people why I find this game interesting, but also make it seem approachable is maybe a better way to word that. And I do think that I've gotten pretty good at that, but how do I do a similar thing with adventure mode? Because to me, adventure mode is almost as compelling as Fortress mode. I think it would be more as compelling as Fortress mode if you could farm, build, and do life sim stuff. But from a combat, like, mercenary / murder hobo simulator, it is easily as compelling. I want to say I downloaded it once or twice, but never really used it. And now I kind of talk smack about it because the creator stole all the mods and didn't credit anybody and traced all of a bunch of the assets for his tile set. So I kind of have icky feelings about Masterwork, because Masterwork wasn't a mod, it was a launcher. Sold as a mod. But I've played with many different mods that I've modded into the game myself that I pulled off the forums, some of which were included in the Masterwork launcher. Yeah, also, Dwarf Fortress would have released on Steam like 8 months earlier had that not happened. So, because they had to throw out like all of the art that they had because he had been working on it. Started playing and now wonder if bituminous coal into coke is a finite resource. Nothing regenerates on your map once it's been dug up. So yes, it is a finite resource. Lazy Noob Pack was the best launcher? I never liked the name of the Lazy Noob Pack because I found it very... How do I word this? Disrespectful, I guess? But as a launcher, yeah, it was probably the best launcher. Yeah, okay, so your supply on the map is finite, but you can import more stuff if you want. So it seems like Arthur is dead, died to the captain of the guard, who punched the crafts dwarf in the left hand with her left hand. What? You punched him in the left hand with your left hand and that killed him? Fist bump! What the hell? I know it's tongue-in-cheek. I still don't like it. Master Spike. Basically, I liked it when they renamed it to Starter Pack. But then nobody started referring to it as Starter Pack, even though it was called Starter Pack for a very long time. That... Huh. is a new one for me. The reason here's why I'm turned off by Lazy Noob Pack, because I tried using it, and when I tried using it, when I tried using it, it was in an era where people would inform you that the only way to play the game was with this external piece of software, which would then launch DF Hack and the Lazy Noob Pack, and in my experience made the game extremely crashy and also way more overwhelming than it would have been otherwise. And like, I started playing Dwarf Fortress in 09, right? I didn't properly get into Dwarf Fortress until I didn't properly start learning Dwarf Fortress until about 2014. The reason for that was because I stopped using Lazy Noob Pack. I know. Late to work panda. I can see. Which is also why I paused for a minute. If you want to attract people to the game to build your audience, you have to build an audience. This is the other thing that I love about like streaming, is everybody is an expert in streaming, but very few people are successful at streaming. Ironically, playing other games is often a very good way to damage your stream. Like, will you bring in new audience members? Certainly. There's a reason why the biggest streamers on the site, and any site, primarily do one thing. It's usually like like a lot of the quote variety streamers aren't actually variety streamers. They just play like battle royale games and Counter-Strike, maybe a Dota-esque game. But when you're talking about like niche games like this, it's that times 10. No, I agree with where you're coming from, but I'm not going to lie. You're not right. Because it just, I don't know. Without just like belittling you, like playing variety does not necessarily help or grow your stream. There's a reason why if you go and look at a lot of the OG variety casters on Twitch, most of them are tiny. You know, like I am the Dwarf Fortress guy. And that's fine. I don't mind being the Dwarf Fortress guy. One of the reasons I like Dwarf Fortress is it's a game that has a lot of variety within it, right? Like, yeah, I could go play every single RimWorld clone that comes out, but most of them suck, and I don't want to promote them anyway. Wait, what? You've been found dead. Why are you still listed as alive? All right, well, let's just get that dwarf buried there. There isn't enough good Songs of Six content? Songs of Six doesn't entertain me that much. I like Songs of Six and I need to play some more of it, and I'm kind of waiting for it to hit 1.0. Unless it's hit 1.0, in which case then I totally missed it and I'm an idiot. But there isn't enough content because that game has pretty heavy diminishing returns when you stream it. If I stream Songs of Six, it does really well for the first, like, 2 or 3 days. If I stream it for more than 2 or 3 days, it's like most other games that aren't Dwarf Fortress for me, where people just ask when I'm streaming Dwarf, and then they immediately tune out when I'm not streaming Dwarf. So, it's fine, but, like, it's not a game I can stream for particularly long periods of time. And, for me personally, it's not as entertaining as Dwarf Fortress anyway, so it doesn't bother me much. Because, like, I play it for the 2 or 3 days to scratch the itch and make it halfway through a city and then go, well, time to go do something else because the audience has lost interest. There's a DF hack script Anon 4 called Adventure Fort. Does that. There's also mods that do that too, without having to use DF hack. That just activate all of the Fortress mode stuff in Adventure mode. It is kind of it was crashy the last time I used it, but that was a long time ago. So, you know, just an FYI. You know, I'm not going to lie, Marshalik, I've streamed on an absurdly consistent set schedule since about 2019. The days have changed, but the time has stayed the same. And it hasn't really changed since Dwarf Fortress release, so it doesn't matter how much I keep to the schedule. Yes, you are correct, but if I change the game that I stream, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But here's the thing. I've been doing this full-time, quote, professionally, I suppose, since 2016. Let me tell you this. There's been eras where I've been very heavily into variety and tried to do a lot of variety. There's been eras where I've tried to stick to similar games. Never works. Not sustainably. Never works. I'm not referring to it as a advice to me. I'm just kind of bouncing off a thing I saw in chat. Variety streaming is like not impossible. Genre streaming is possible. I'm kind of a genre streamer where I can stream anything that kind of fits into the colony sim genre. But most colony sims boil down to RimWorld but bad, or Dwarf Fortress but less interesting. So that's why I'm excited for Adventure Mode, because it gives me some variety that's built into the game that I already play. That's why I'm excited for Adventure Mode. The squad have returned. Sorry for the super off-topic babble, but... They went off and explored a different location and pillage. Pillage. Explore. Trying to train up all 3 squads simultaneously. I have no idea. I'll wait until they announce something. Max. I'm interested in Myths and Magic in a, like, academic sense, but practically, no. I mean, it'll be a patch for Dwarf Fortress at some point. Currently, it's not. There's no confirmed features. We don't know anything about what it is actually going to be. Aside from that, it is more Dwarf Fort content, which is fine. I'm looking forward to that. But, like, you know, just having a home to store your stuff, pick a house and move in. Nobody actually lives there. That's my biggest hang up with adventure mode is that there aren't any, like, NPC ownership of thing, really, that is enforced. If there was, then I think adventure mode would be my primary mode. Okay, let's go down to here. Because this needs bridges all the way across. Green glass or Gabbro, chat? You love stealing things, but only when people get mad. That's the most video game sentence I've ever heard. Have I tried Manor Lords? It's fine. It has about 25 hours of stuff to do in it last time I played it. I'm gonna give it a year. Because I've been following the devlogs and it's developing slowly. I'm also following what's the name of that game? Norland, which I streamed a bit of. That was fun for a bit. And then I ran out of content. So we'll go back to that when it has more content. I've also been following the devlogs for that. Seems to be a lot of green glass, so we'll go with green glass. And we'll do Gabbro around the edges. And then you, which are right here, can have another lever next to you, which will be the drain. Why do I have so many pigs? Probably because they all don't fit. Yep, they most certainly do not fit. There kind of is. You can't sleep in the general vicinity for a bit. That's the punishment for doing a crime in adventure mode. Yeah, I think certain types of entertainment, Risker, have that effect. I think types of entertainment that you look at and you go, I could do that, is one thing. I think types of entertainment that require a lot of physical skill, such as, like, you know, running, like sports, or I mean, that even team sports get a lot of, like, strategy backseating and stuff from the audience, but I think a lot of sports entertainment and things that require physical feats seem harder from the outside. We're into the 90s for Goblin Soldiers remaining. Keeping at it. Can you get a dwarf check? I think your dwarf is in the military. pretty sure you didn't die. You may have died. Hold on. Yes, you are dead. My bad. I need to expand this in a way that looks nice. I'm starting to not like the look of it. Yeah, sure. I mean, speedruns is like the closest thing we have to an actual video game Olympics. Like GDQ, which I think is actually happening right now, isn't it? But I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, I'll still be streaming Dwarf Fortress in 5-6 years, right? Like that's how I... Running requires physical feat. I said feats, as in like skill, but sure, you could say it does require feet too. That is true. Unless you're in the Paralympics, which is even more amazing in its own way. But like, yeah, I don't know. This is something that I guess I will always deal with to a degree. Purely for the fact that like, every job has its struggles. And in my case, it's well, I play a niche game, and a fraction of the people watch when I'm not playing this game, even if it's a similar game, or a game with similar appeal. So the thing that will always be a back-of-the-mind stressor is if people get bored of this game for an extended period of time, I'm kind of fucked. So, you know, it is just kind of is what it is. Hello again, Mogwai. Your state shut down because of snow. Excellent. How much snow do you have, if I can ask? What's the plan for the shutdown day? I kind of want to channel this down a layer further. Three inches. Okay, that's not even that much. I thought it was gonna be like a hugely substantial amount of snow, but yeah. Cuphead speedrun was flabbergasted. I've seen a lot of people that are ridiculously good at games like Cuphead, so that doesn't surprise me that much. I'm looking forward to seeing UFO 50 100% runs, though. That'll be interesting. Probably a pretty long run, actually. Are you talking about my channel growth? Terrible until Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, and then since then, slow but steady. That's how my channel's growth has been over the, like, last, I don't know, handful of years. This is going to take a while to build. I guess it depends on where you are in Texas, though. Because there's some portions of Texas that are pretty high altitude that are quite cold in the winter, that do get snow. Well, hello from Vancouver, Canada. We haven't really gone below freezing much yet, let alone snow. So... But yeah, no, when we get snow, my city shuts down too, and I'm in Canada, so... That's kind of worse, in my opinion. Because people associate us with the Great North for some reason or another. Meanwhile, we just go, ha, silly, you're confusing us with Alaska. Got some more imprisonments, which is unfortunate. Kind of surprised that that happened. Let's raid with the intention of freeing captives. And raid with the intention of freeing captives. Actually, why don't we remove this one? Just put them both on the same mission. Because I would like them to go free captives. How many kills do you have now? That is absurd. 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 Oh no. My militia captain is stumbling around obliviously. Or one of them is. Wait, what? Hold on. Was that Iron? It said that Iron was killed. Huh? Weren't you killed? Or did I misread it? Maybe I killed a different Iron? I'm confused. Right? These are bizarre. It goes Michelozo, however you say that name. The roads will be horrible and people will go 10 to 15 over the limit and then crash. Yikes. Your cities don't shut down no matter how much snow. It highly depends on how bad the snow has been in Alberta, where I'm at. If snow in Alberta hasn't been bad, then we generally don't shut down because we still have we still have our full supply of allotted snow removal devices. However, if Alberta got wrecked recently, or if Saskatchewan got wrecked recently with a big storm, then we just get kind of left in the dust, for lack of a better term. Like we get destroyed because we don't usually have the equipment here. Once the snow removal stuff gets here, then we're fine. It's because they're a bunch of misers, Mike. They don't want to spend the money on their own stuff. No, we're nice. We send it to them. We share snow removal equipment because it doesn't snow down here enough. So it takes so if we get like a big dump of snow, there will be like a 2-day window where smart people stay home and dumb people don't. And ideally you're one of the smart people so you don't die in a horrible car accident. Because the dumb people that are on the road, you don't want to be on the road with. It's around the time that people realize that their nice brand new fancy Tesla doesn't handle water or water on the road or snow on the road all that well. They brought a hippo, but they didn't bring... Come on. They brought a hippo and a bilbo. Oh, I'll buy the hippo. And then eat the hippo. Anything else fun? They brought more than last time, so that's good. Give you these, and I'll offer you this as a gift. Gonna eat the monkey and the hippo. See? Hippo. It's been weirdly green. I think a lot of things have been weirdly green. Yeah, it's because we're a country and not 50-something countries in a trench coat. And also, as far as reallocating equipment goes, only if, it's really not necessary to leave it somewhere else. Realistically, it is not necessary to leave snow removal stuff here year-round. That is, just straight up a waste of resources. I would like to brag about Canada being superior here, but that would just be factually incorrect. Were we able to get my dwarfs back? We got the unswerving, the rough flood of stalking, and Two-Headed back, I think. That's like Two-Headed's third time being kidnapped. I think Two-Headed, you need to run your own squad. There you go. Two-Headed, unswerving. You two can both run a squad. Drowning out, thanks for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate that greatly. I feel that... Okay, I'll tell you this, Alan. I feel that colonialism is bad, and taking over countries that, like, don't need to be taken over is also bad. So I'm against it on principle. That's the first thing. The second thing is... that statement does make me want to rewatch Meet the Robertsons, because that was a pretty good movie, if I remember correctly. Or at the very least, that was a fun movie. I do not know why they're refusing to dig through this, but, you know, here we are. Oh, we're in the burrows still. Duh. 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 Here I was getting all confused. Like, why are my vampires stuck down here and now not moving? But that explains that. Man, you is slow. You're expecting when the snow hits and sticks here, it's going to be brutal. Yeah, usually that happens, doesn't it? When it's like, when winter takes a long time to get going, when it gets going, you duck. Because, like, winter's really taken a long time to get going this year. I just kind of am getting this, like, kind of grim feeling that when winter hits, it's gonna hit. So. I said duck, not honk. Come on. Please. Zolmon, the Hammerlord has risen. And is haunting the Furtris. This right here is going to be an archery range. I'm going to make my first ammo stockpile. It's going to be for bolts, all quality. Of metal. Just say quit storing bolts up here. Bring them down and into here. These are going to get delivered pretty quick, probably. It's like popping off camera before it blasts us into oblivion. Yeah. They are tier 2 subscriber only. Wait, Torque Panda. That's how the sound commands work. It's an incentive to spend money on stream. Where's my audience primarily from? Chat, where are you from? It depends on the time zone. We'll change that answer. I have the data. I'm not certain I'm willing to give it to you. Why do you want to know, Risker? About remaking that squad into a Marksdorf squad. You're a cockroach? Mouse soldier? Oh wait, your name's Mouse. I get it, okay. Dwarf Vampire Dish Map, Golrak, the Fiend of Dawn was freed. I think that's everybody. Yes. Let's go back to pillaging. This squad down here. I have Dishmab, and Kubok, both reassigned. Two holy boulders that I'm going to chuck into here. They were elected religious officials. I'm going to set them to train. And the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to find somebody who wants to learn hunting. You're an engineer. Because I need to make a squad. You know what? Why don't I let you run it? Set them to no uniform initially. Go to here. Hit add uniform. Say male shirt. Say helm. Greaves. High boots. Let's also say a tunic. Let's also go with trousers, gauntlets. Already got high boots. Let's also go with socks, shields, crossbows. Replace his clothing, crossbow. And then I need to actually assign it. That would help. And then anybody who still has use of their hands many people are going to get recruited into this squad. Gwendolf, sure. Transplanter Sage, sure. Moses, why not? Big Bang, sure, you can join this one. Oh no, you can join this one. Going to need to make some greaves. Let's just do 10 iron greaves. One dwarf. What kind of dwarf? And then some. Just curious of your fellow mates. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, it's like it fluctuates, but it's like 49 to 55% US. Canada usually hovers around 8%, around the same as the UK. Germany's usually up there in like the high 8s. Sometimes they go above that, but not usually. Dutch usually hovers around 5. Most European countries hover around 5. Up until just a few years ago, Russia would usually sit around 5 as well, but now they're like sub 0%. I wonder why. It's almost like they're all using VPNs now. And are probably being credited to the... But, yeah, I don't know. It varies. It's pretty standard, though. Is there any quad in the future? I streamed like 60-something hours of it. We'll stream cut again when I feel like it. Currently, I'm getting ready and gearing up for the big adventure mode patch for Dwarf Fort. So I will be distracted for a while. Greg and then some. Dwarf with hands. I like how that's like both a ridiculous but also not a ridiculous request. Do you care about beard? Argentina. Damn, dude. Beards are good. So you'd like a dwarf with a beard, then. Hands and a beard. Man, this is a tough request. I am actually starting to run out of dwarves in this fort, especially because most of them just keep running off into the military. At least happy dwarves. I think this one is hands. No health problems? There we go. That'll do. I definitely put an extra letter in there. Greg and then some. Hames Hooves. Does not generally respond to emotional appeals, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. Thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He has a calm demeanor and he is quite polite. He is slow to trust others and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. It's playing a song time. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he scratches his ear when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family, personally. Places cooperation as one of the highest ideals. Disdains loyalty, and believes that a peaceful and ordered society without dissent is best. Doesn't care about art one way or another. Doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and dreams of family raise. I will respond again. I will play Caves of Cud when I get the itch. I played like 70 hours of it around release, plus some pre-release as well. I binge play Cud, so when I feel like it and the itch strikes, I'll stop by again. But right now I'm gearing up for Adventure Mode releasing on Steam for Dwarf Fortress, so that is my focus currently. A devilish potato has been possessed. By the sound of song, probably. Word, devilish. Word. Atlantic Canada is not one I hear very often, by the way. Kiba. Might want to check for a fungal infection. I mean, to be fair, fungal infections are what ruined the itch the last time, so. I had to get a cream for it and everything, you know, like, required me to go see a walk-in clinic. It was horrible. No, I'm joking, but like, yeah, I don't know. I play CUD on and off. Like, I play CUD on and off within reason when I feel like it. And that last round was fun, but... And I'll go back. But like I said, I need the desire to be there, and right now I don't have the desire. It's a game that, like, traditionally I play for, like, a week and a half to 2 weeks straight once every 6 months. And that's probably going to just continue forever. For reasons that were being discussed quite heavily not too long ago, actually. Grabbing goat leather. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. All right, well, let's see where they're at. It's not a small migrant wave either. I'll tell you that. Well is dry. I really, once again, need to disable whatever this DF hack script is, because it's not fun. Yeah, I need to dig into that off stream. All right. So the problem that I'm currently facing is this is locked because of a web spitter, which is actually why I'm putting together a Marksdwarf squad. Because this Marksdwarf squad is going to be able to fix this problem, most likely. Or at the very least, assist with us killing that web spitter. I'm kind of skimming the YouTube chat right now. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out like a topic to talk about, and I don't feel like I should talk about the topic that's just stuck in my brain right now. Because it's one of those topics that just kind of starts to, well, from my perspective, not so much, but from the audience perspective, just sounds like complaining, so you can probably guess what it is. What's that? The same thing I've been talking about on and off most of the stream. There was a ghost here a second ago. So I don't think that that's really beneficial to anybody. What was I talking about again? Variety hards in streaming, and people don't tune in for games that aren't Dwarf Fortress, and I really hope that I can fit more variety into my future so I don't go permanently insane. That's about it. What are you doing here, Dwarf? Oh, you booted yourself out of the military. Got it. Well, let's remove you from the military. What are you up to? Fort's going all right. Kind of vampire-y, though. Full of a bunch of bloodsuckers. Too many business workers and lawyers in this fort. Devilish is still claiming stuff for the Leatherworks. Best of luck to Devilish. And let's just go here, assign everybody, type in the word vampire, remove everybody, also remove this dwarf. How many? 14 migrants, damn. I really need these dwarves to leave. Uh-oh. Oh, never mind. I was expecting that to be... Has been put to rest, completely drained of blood. There's one. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a pair of trousers. How full is this? 5 of 7? That's probably enough. Remove all of that. It's up to 6 of 7 because we got a final bucket thrown in there. Oh, okay. You're going up, not down. Mako Darkfire is apparently throwing a tantrum whilst also pondering the lever. I feel like I need to remove my library for a little bit. Let them go just socialize because they all need to do literally anything else. Like, all of their needs are terrible. So whose blood is that? There was blood here for a second. That's mildly concerning. Nobody dead yet, hey? Don't like how many vampires are coming down and out of here. Did you just get here? You've been here for a bit. Okay, well, let's go to the vampire zone and enable this. Let's split these dwarves up a wee bit. Let's also jump back over to here. Send you out to go pillage. Back out you go. Let's wait for this squad leader to come back. And we'll go pillage again. Mad with a lack of Path of Acra. Careful, that you might get a stream of tonight. Be careful what you wish for, friend. No, it's not a matter of moving from streaming solely one game and moving to variety. There's two ways that people get known. Snail. And it's not always up to the person. The first way is for personality. So an example of this would be somebody like, as much as I get annoyed with the dude's personality sometimes, Pirate Software. He's known for his personality, right? Then there are people who are known for a skill set. And you don't always have full control over what you get known for. I'm known for Dwarf Fortress, whether I like it or not. I do like it. That is a benefit. However, the reason I'm looking forward to Adventure Mode is it gives some much needed variety to the game that I already play. If I stream anything else that isn't Dwarf Fortress, a third of the people tune out, at best. At worst, 2/3 of the people tune out. If, as an example here, to tell you how detrimental this is, on an average day, I make about $20 an hour streaming Dwarf Fortress. I, of course, get residual revenue from other things. I also get resub revenue, so I do make more than that. But in a stream sense, on an average Dwarf Fort stream, I make about $20 an hour after taxes. When I was streaming Caves of Cud, I made an average of 8. I need to pay a mortgage starting next month, which is something I really want to do and something I should do and something that's smart for me to do. It's not a matter of what kind of games do I want to play. Most of the games that my audience will watch that aren't Dwarf Fort, they'll watch for a day or two and then stop watching, because that's about how long my interest lasts. There really isn't games that interest me as much as Dwarf Fortress. And the very few that do exist, I either don't have much interest in, such as CDDA, but I don't think I would do well on that game anyway, so it's besides the point. And games like Caves of Cud, which, once again, you heard my statement on that. It's difficult to become known for personality and difficult to become known for being good at something. For a very long time, in my early years, I was known for personality, but I was very small. Not a lot of people watched me. I had, on a great day, I would have 100 people watching. On a normal day, I would have 45. And I survived like that for years, making far below minimum wage, but survived, barely. I don't have that luxury anymore to do that. So I know more streamers than I can count that got known for skill at a thing, which is fine, and then say, fuck it, I don't like this thing anymore, and stop doing it, and go from having thousands of concurrent viewers to tens. Hundreds of concurrent viewers to tens. And that would happen to me if I did that. Fortunately, I like Dwarf Fortress. 85% of the time, I'm not burnt out on Dwarf Fortress, if not more than that. Maybe 90% of the time, I'm not burnt out, and I can just play. I'm good. I enjoy it. I like my audience. I like the people I get to talk to. But it doesn't matter how much you like what you do. Sometimes you want to do something different for 2 weeks, you know? And that's the entire basis of this, right? You know, I used to do that, Arcmaster. And you know what the result is now? I stream for 8 hours. Like, if I do that now, this is what happens. And I might do that today because I kind of want to play Path of Acra. one, it didn't successfully work for me. I tried that for about 2 years. Two, what happens is you stream for 8 hours or whatever. You get the numbers, the ad revenue, and the resubs, the gift subs, the primes, or whatever you need for that 8 hours. Then you swap games, and you make no money for 2 hours. And most of your audience leaves. And you get a couple subs. At this point, my take is, while that can work if you just really need to do something different and you want to keep streaming, for me, it's smarter to just end stream and go fucking edit videos. They're not paying ahead of time. I'm losing money because I'm still streaming. I am wasting my time because I'm still streaming at that point. So it depends on how you look at it, but I'm juggling a successful YouTube channel and streaming, which is why I only stream 3 days or 4 days a week now, because I'm trying to do both. Does that make any sense? I'm not burnt out, for clarity's sake here. This is, I mean, I would say I was back in October, but right now I'm not. But it's this weird, like, push and pull where it's like, okay, well, I have this thing that works and I need to keep doing it. I need to keep doing it. I can't stop doing it, because if I stop, then I lose what I've built. The best way to actually be successful in this industry is to be known for personality. But every time I try to do that, people seem to hate it. So like, I don't know, man. I'm good at teaching people to play dwarfs. So I should just stick in my lane, as that one asshole in YouTube likes to say sometimes. Sorry, YouTube, I'm not calling all of you. Just the one guy who said that. What are we at? 45 goblins. They're almost gone. Holla friggin' goblins. 45 of them. We're getting there. Other colony sims are strange. If it's something that's new, Douglas, so something that has just come out, they'll do pretty well for 2 or 3 days. And then it just goes back to normal. It's like everything else after that, 2 to 3 days. So, yeah, other games that are colony sims that are like Dwarf Fort are fine for a little bit, but very quickly people lose interest. Like, Manor Lords did fantastic for like 3 days. Norland did great for like a week. And I need to go back to that. I keep saying that, and I will. I will actually go back to that game, because I would like to play more of that. But they're all very rapidly diminishing returns. Because at the end of the day, I think if you watch or play Dwarf Fortress, or if you watch or play RimWorld, or both, you play almost any other colony sim and you go, well, Dwarf Fortress does this, and this better. So did I. They were fun, Celesty, for like 2 or 3 days. Or you go, okay, well, this is interesting, but it needs this time in the oven because all these games are early access. Or you just run out of content, which is what happened in Norland. Which has more content now, admittedly, and I like I said, I should go back to it. But it's a lot of that. It's like, well, I'd rather play this game because it has this feature, or if not that, then, well, instead of playing this game, I would do better financially, and more people would watch if I stop now, so might as well do that. Which is usually what happens with Songs of Six. I wait for a big patch for Songs of Six, and I play it for like 5 days, and I love it. It's great. And then I start to get kind of bored, and the audience can tell. Because I start to like hit that upper limit of like what I'm capable of doing in a week in that game. And then I go, well, I guess it's time to play something else. And it's not a problem with the audience. It's not a problem with me. Nobody's doing anything wrong here. Like, this isn't well, I'm blaming you. No, that's not what it's about. It's just, this is the entertainment industry. All entertainment is like this, you know? You're running a show on television, and you have 3 bummed episodes because your writer quit, because the person distributing the show decided they were going to replace 2/3 of their time with some on-site ChatGPT rebrand, and then you have 3 bad episodes at the end of your most recent season, and everybody makes it to the second to last episode and goes, fuck this shit. And then they all tune out, and then your show gets canceled. Like, that's just the entertainment industry. That's a weird example, but I was trying to find something that would seem real. Okay, so I've got a bunch of vampires out of here now, so all of these dwarves that are now listed as vampires I can remove from this zone and add to this one. Then I can open up the roof. Let them out. Just making sure they're all vampires that are leaving. It's under the glass floor. Down here, a well. Over here, lava. Over here, my hospital. The hallway in front of the hospital. Various things. Depends. That means a lot, risk taker. I don't know why I'm calling you risk taker. RSKTKRR just reads like that to my brain. It's one skill that I'll tell you I've learned absurdly well, streaming full-time for a very long time, is how to read through typos. Okay, let's get these scholars back up in here. Let's reassign that library. You're a vampire. Got 3 more in here. Gonna go plant seeds, harvest plants, harvest plants. Come on, ton. You know you need a sip. You're a part-time trader. Ah! A little bit of gambling now and again is fine. Steal away. 7 goblins in a trench coat. Username checks out anyway. Cheers, Jiff, in the YouTube chat. I think that may or may not be everybody. This is an interesting concept from Ghost Tiger in YouTube chat, which is, imagine doing this to any other job, like going into Napa Auto Parts and saying, hey, you sell car parts pretty well and like it. Have you considered selling pizzas? Are you is that your comparison to streaming other games? Is that what that is? I'm trying to figure out exactly like what you're stating here. Oh, I see the problem here. Wait, what? Hold on. Bro, what? Why are you now lying about whether or not you're a dwarf? Because this dwarf is certainly a vampire. Huh. Yeah, we started in year 300. Rather large. I think it's the second largest, if not the largest. It's pretty big. Thanks for the $10, Jiff. Your dwarf is not a dedicated jeweler because I have one, and her name is Celesty in Twitch chat, or Amethyst in the fort. But you are a legendary jeweler because you made a gem artifact. A perfect gem, to be specific. So wait a second, hold on. And also, you're technically a Mark's dwarf now. Promote cooperation? Are you giving a sermon? Huh. I don't see that too often. Ain't that nifty? No, not really. You just get more space between things. Small worlds can be just as rich. I don't particularly like pocket-sized worlds because I think those are a bit too small. They don't have enough variety. You mostly just get more variety in bigger worlds. You don't really get more lore. That's all I really got. Not sure too much outside of that. All right, well, I'm just going to disable and re-enable this because I would like these dwarves to go into this, but they don't seem to be too interested. Okay, there you go. You're going to go drink. Excellent. There's another one. I'll just let it keep running. I just don't know why Unforgotten is no longer a vampire. It's actually, like, perplexing the hell out of me. Like, this is a vampire. So have you just started lying then? Like, are you in denial? Is that what's happening? Because this dwarf was kidnapped by the goblins several times briefly. And currently is set as no squad assigned. Let's... It's also odd. I thought that you were in a squad. I'm not aware. Why the 15 extremely unhappy ones? Chat, what's happened in this fort that would make dwarves unhappy? By chance? Just name one thing. Most of them have had to murder multiple dwarves. Most of them have murdered multiple dwarves and thus have PTSD is the easiest response. They're all vampires. Also, massive siege that I told my soldiers to fight head on for the fun of it. We won. Wasn't great for them. But why the 15 extremely unhappy dwarves? Because you'll never have 100% happy dwarves. And if you do, you're abusing exploits. Which is fine. You can do that if you want. I choose not to, though. Could interrogate? Well, then I would have to let outsiders in my fort, which I'm not doing because the, like, negative moods from, like, my dwarves constantly eating them would be horrible. So I really don't want to have to deal with that, to be honest with you. So I'm choosing to not. It's also not really a huge deal. I mean, they're definitely still a vampire, most likely. And if they're not, then I'll find out pretty quickly when they eat something. Is PTSD a permanent debuff? Ask anybody with PTSD. It's something that you learn to manage, not something that you can get rid of. But in Dwarf Fortress, If a dwarf gets PTSD, you're never going to fully cure it, but you can help them learn to live with it. And that takes time and compensation or compensating for the new reality they live with. Sometimes this game gets too real. Goblin Spy? Doubtful. They would be lying about their name if they were a Goblin Spy. Also, they would be a visitor and not a member of the fort. Game don't work that way. But they are, in fact, lying about who they are, which is weird. You pillaging or are you stuck? I think you're stuck. You just need to be removed from the military because you're too busy being a religious figure. You also need to be removed from the military because you're also too busy being a religious figure. And this squad can get deleted. How is Dwarf's? Dwarf's is pretty good. How is Zemodir? Also, specifically, PTSD isn't a thing in Dwarf Fortress. What I'm referring to when I say PTSD is I'm referring to dwarves reliving negative thoughts because they had horrible things happen to them, which is the effect of PTSD. It's just not listed as PTSD. There is no debuff in Dwarf Fortress called PTSD specifically. Squads are all back. Let's see how this went. Monam led the attack with a cunning plan. Wonder how many are left. Clash with 100 goblins. We are below 100 goblins, chat. I repeat, they have less than 100 goblins in their military. I now just need to keep attacking them until they go down to they attacked and stole items or attacked and found nothing. When we hit that number, then I can take over it. Although I could probably take over it already. I'm taking back my old fortress, Aethernal, which had 5,000 goblins in it. Clashed with 17. Clashed with 13, slaying 5. Who runs this squad? Two-headed? Who runs this squad? Avuz? Who runs this squad? You? You're Haggard. Chat, Q and Green Tea is Haggard. I'm going to send Q and Green Tea to go take over that location. Q and Green Tea. Do I currently have... I do. Let's get you to take over this job. Metal armor. Move all of these dwarves who were just removed in, as well as some extras. You guys are going to go train, and I'm going to go send you to go conquer and occupy. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck? Big ol' round of beers for good luck. Go get him, green tea. You got this, Dwarf. I have some faith in you. So if all goes well, in a moment, I should get a notification stating that we've taken the location back. But until then, we just simply cross our fingers. The Corridors of Drilling. That's a very dwarfy name for a thing. The Corridors of Drilling. I'm going to also set everything to just normal ass metal armor. Except for you. You can keep this. Actually, no. I don't want you to keep that. I want you to unequip that. I want you to equip that. And she came back. What? Did I not just send you out to go do that? Vampire outmatched the Goblin with a cunning plan. Clashed with 91. Oh, they recruited another hundo. Although she seems to be doing okay by herself. Clashed with 89 goblins. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the main squads to go pillage once more. Get back out there. And you, I don't know why. Well, as soon as they return, we will attempt that again. So that's going to be the way this goes now, is we try and take it over. If we fail, we send all the squads to go pillage. Try and take it over. If fail, send squads to go pillage. Keep repeating. And keep repeating. I could probably demand that they surrender pretty soon. But, you know, kind of haven't done that. We've threatened cloth, making all of the cloth clothing. Plenty of shoes. Continuing to construct this stuff. Also, have you noticed that the goblins are attacking? Not as often as they were. There was like a year there where they attacked us like twice, 3 times. But they're not attacking us as much because most of the goblins who know that we're here are dead. All right, some of them are getting out. Some of them it's taking a little bit. Oh, if you click on a nest box that's claimed by a bird, the game crashes. You should report that, Pablox. I know that if you click on it, so apparently, hey chat, apparently we have a new, another discovered bug, which is if you, in the beta branch, if you click on a nest box that is claimed by a bird, the game crashes. According to YouTube chat, which I believe, yeah, that sounds right. Right now, if you click on a sheep, the game crashes as well. So, you've experienced that once? All right, well, it's probably been reported then. But I'd still report it. It's generally kind of the rule of thumb for this sort of thing. Game just did a hitch. Devilish Potato, the vampire mayor, has created a sheep leather shoe. Well, congratulations. You made yourself a shoe. A singular shoe. And you know what? I'm proud of you. Let's go take a look at this shoe. Just one. Yeah, not a pair. Just a singular. Just singular. This is a sheep leather shoe. All Craftsforce ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with baguette cut green glass zircons and cushioned tanzanite cabochons and encircled with bands of goat leather and coconut palm. This object is adorned with hanging rings of salty clay and menaces with spikes of cat leather and copper. On the item is an image of Monam Craft Guild, the dwarf in sheep leather. On the item is an image of dwarves in hippo bone. On the item is an image, and the dwarves are traveling in hippo bone image. The artwork relates to the foundation of Winterthrone by the Fire Frost in the Knowing Theater in the early spring of 303. On the item is an image of Cusack Skinny Bands, the troll, in Donkey Bone. The troll is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the troll in the Finger of Oracles in the year 23. There's so many stories of this goddamn troll. And also, I need to see what you're demanding. Battle axes, okay. I will make a copper battle axe. Three per season. Because that will satisfy your need. I shall name you Glitter Bride, the Heavy Banner. And then you equipped it. Yeah, no, it probably didn't do too much if I had to bet. It's likely that the troll is just the only interesting thing that has happened in this world, period. Or at least in this area of the world. That actually is something I find happens a lot in large worlds where you have big, wide, vasts of secluded areas. You've got lots and lots and lots and lots of very unnoteworthy things. So like a troll who ate a baby chicken at a dwarven fortress 200 years ago and then ran away and settled in a mountain is the most interesting local story to tell stories about for the rest of eternity. So I kind of doubt they didn't do much, but mostly because the only image they have is of it settling here. It's not even like eating something. I like the ones when it's like a battle between a person and like, I don't know, a Titan or an Etin or something. Those are my favorite ones. You can call it that in your head, but I'm not going to name anything after Kanye. Thanks, YouTube chat. Goblins have arrived and are seeking a parley. And they're bringing the proper big-ass army again. You'll love to see it. They've got Mineras, Beak Dogs, Ogres, Trolls. I mean, I can't remember which fort it was. There was one where it's just like a lion ate a monkey. It was quite a few forts ago. It might have been Creature Keepers, actually. And I just kept getting these images of a lion eating a notable monkey. Like, there was just this monkey, and a lion ate it. Ah, so you are another problem. I really don't like how dwarves get elected as religious figures, because if a dwarf gets elected as a religious figure, every time they come back from attacking something, they get removed from the squad. And they'll just hang around and never actually leave the map. because they're not in the squad if you click on the military tab. So you just kind of have to remove them from the military. It's a big army or small? This army? It's about as big as you can get on default settings. Why? Do you think it's a big army? I mean, for reference, that's how many dudes is in a tile. So, if I cheat here, it's 120 beak dogs, 120 goblins, 14 Mineras, 10 blind cave ogres. Yeah, that's a decent sized army. And 3 trolls. So it's certainly not a small one. It's bigger than the population of my fortress. How's that? Squads have returned. How'd this pillage attempt go? Yes, and I was the one who spotted the bug and reported it. Because I reached out to Tarn and said, hey, just a heads up. I've been playing a lot since release, and I haven't been attacked by anything but just goblins from a goblin faction. Haven't seen any Mineras, or haven't seen any ogres or trolls. They're down to 55, 47, 39, 20. Slayed all of them. Looted treasure. Wonder what we got in treasure. Probably not much. Bunch of random gear. Copper pike. Some swords. So they've probably already repopulated that. But we'll try again. Demand, surrender, and occupy, I think, is what I'm going to try this time. So this dwarf right here, who's currently stumbling around obliviously, is going to go demand, surrender, and occupy. Whenever you snap back into sanity. I'm going to close this door. We're also going to enable this burrow. Yeah, that'd probably be why. Or certainly have something to do with it. Big bang. Trying to time this. All right, we're good. Door is shut. The rest of the squads can take the long way round. This is the long way round. And here they coming. Okay. This militia captain is now snapped out of it. So we're going to give this dwarf until they've made it out of the map. This fort doomed the world? What makes you think that? I mean, we're certainly distributing a lot of vampires, but this is a very large world. If I were to play a bunch more fortresses in this world, it's pretty... Unless I were to play this faction, it's pretty unlikely we'd get swarmed by vampires. But with time, like, all these vampires will just get exiled from the faction pretty quickly. Oh, no. This isn't crazy. Like, this is the world with populations of, like, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. There's, like, 150 vampires. That's nothing crazy. It's far from dooming the world anyway. Curious as to what you're going to go pick up here. And what is this important? Oh. Okay. Sure. That was a very risky item to go collect there, dwarf. A very risky item. Okay, so you've left the map. Let's deny the parlay. Also, now they want a hunter guild. Go figure. The parlay has been denied. The parlay was just negotiations. You'd need a pretty strong mayor. Holy shitballs. Yeah, that ain't a small siege. Like, that's actually pretty big. My squads would not be able to beat this thing. If all my squads fought it head on, we'd lose. It was rejected. Well, I'm not surprised, but I had to try. I mean, I've been very tempted to just remove the siege limit and set it to the absolute maximum. Because by default, it basically limits it so that 300 enemy entities can be on the map as part of an enemy siege. You can set it up to 2,000, which I've been kind of tempted to do for a little bit now. For this world in particular. Oh, no. Well, this is what happens when you have religious figures that decide to do it dumb. What squads are you in? 112 notable kills. The speechless iron, say, Reg. I'm just gonna try removing you from this squad. How about you? What squad are you in? Also in the speechless irons? Nope. Didn't work. Wait, no, I didn't remove you. Well, now it's too late. Where did that other dwarf run off to? Well, you're dead. At least the body's recoverable. Oh, there's the other one. So this is the Holy Diamond, the Ferocious Door. That's a good name. The Holy Diamond here got elected as a religious dwarf and has already cleared a good number of enemies. Is currently in a martial trance, not tired or injured in any way, and is kiting the majority of the enemy military towards her. This over here seems pretty clear so far. You're going to go pick up equipment. I don't like that. I don't want you to go pick up equipment. You do not get to go pick up equipment. I don't think I can cancel that, though. Store item in stockpile, you can. The pickup equipment is not an option. And I do not want this dwarf to die. I do really like this dwarf. So I'm actually going to take... What squad are you in? The Diamond Tombs. I'm going to take this squad entirely off duty. You're going to go die, aren't you? The other dwarf hasn't died yet. I don't think. Cotton. There you are. Hasn't died, hasn't taken injuries. Yeah, I don't agree with that being something it does well. It does that differently. Dwarf Fortress doesn't give you direct control over your dwarves intentionally. And it's what makes Dwarf Fortress Dwarf Fortress. The dwarves have agency and personality because of that. If you had direct control, it wouldn't be Dwarf Fortress. How many kills are you up to? Like, yeah, this kind of sucks. But I like this. It is what it is. I mean, right now we have this dwarven vampire who's currently trying to pretend to be basically a, how do I word this? The blockade. She's trying. It's not working very well, but she is whacking them with shields with that whole army on top of her. So no, I think that the way RimWorld's combat works is interesting, but it's inherently very, very RimWorld. It's not Dwarf Fortress. And I think that if you remove, or if you add in direct control to a game like this, it removes a lot of what makes Dwarf Fortress, and what makes Dwarf Fortress special. I didn't even know you were here, Sniper. Goodbye. Have a good night, man. Because there's always more dwarves where that came from. But if a dwarf decides to, you know, go out in a blaze of glory, who am I to judge? Just trying to get this door open because the army is coming. Catan was found dead, the dwarf swordmaster. Man, look at the mess. All of that could have been avoided. There they go. Run away, dwarves. Actually, they may not even be assigned to this. Not sure why they keep turning around, but they do. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. Just going to forbid everything over there. We're also in an ad break, so we'll wait for that to be finished. What item are you going for? Not noon. So yeah, I guess my take is that it's a very different way that RimWorld does it, but that doesn't necessarily make it better. In fact, if anything, sometimes I would say it makes it worse. When you see the enemies, you should turn around again. It's because RimWorld is a tower defense strategy game. Dwarf Fortress is a god game colony builder. Very different. So somewhere there is a cache of items that they're all going for, and I don't know where it is. So I'm just going to make an assumption here real quick, which is that it's probably at the edge of the map somewhere. I'm just going to forbid it, whatever it is. This is also my own fault. I should have seen this coming, but I didn't. That fixed 2 of them, but not you. Well, I don't know what you're going for here, Dwarf, but there ain't a huge amount I can do for you if you decide to continue down this road. Unless the goblins just retreat anyway. Which it kind of seems like they are. Oh yeah, no, they're absolutely retreating. Siege is broken. All right, well, Doesn't matter anymore. Time to get back to trying to take over this location. And if there's any evil critters on the way, you can go kill them. Now you're immediately in a martial trance. Go pick off the weak scragglers. I mean, after all, they decided to retreat, so they deserve this. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for Sniper? Because Sniper really wants a round of beer for some reason. Normally we do rounds of beer when there's a reason to, Sniper, such as somebody resubs. But there's no reason for a round of beers right now. So if you would like that, then use the post beers command, which we have, which is absolutely your prerogative if you want to use it. But just spamming on your own doesn't really do anything for anybody. Forgive you? Never. You are forever indebted to me, and you owe me your firstborn child and your next 17 pet cats. Preferably in that order. Now you're fine. Some things I can't even like fully say with a straight face. But like, yeah, we do have the channel redemption, which might get you a better response. Can you give a specific item to a dwarf? If they're a noble, yes. You click this button. If they're in the military, you can assign it as part of their uniform, but that's about it. Aside from that, it's just up to whatever the dwarves want to take. Queuing green tea gifted you one. Why not? It's a reason to post beers now. Now you actually have a reason. Someone sniped the sniper. They're playing that indie game Sniper Duel. Also, queuing green tea, you're stumbling around obliviously. You're also, I think, being carried back to safety because you got injured somehow. I'm trying to save queuing green tea by allowing her to take over a location. But without the help of like all of the squads, we're kind of SOL. I could also just like attach a bunch of assistants onto her and try and use intimidation tactics, which could work. My very own fiefdom? Possibly. Not quite there just yet. All right, it's time for me to actually properly set up this as a trash disposal. And it'll be right there. Let's get rid of all these. They're going to load from this. And grab a copper minecart, and it's going to be for refuse. And corpses, but not dwarf. And not dwarf body parts. Hey, Sniper, drink some water. Sniper, I'm not gonna lie. There are some people who come into my channel where I just kind of squint and go, have you been drinking? And you are that to like the 2000th degree. Because sometimes you're here and you're super easy to talk to and super chill. And then sometimes you're here and you just are all caps spam. And I just want to slap you and ask you to shut up. But I always feel bad because you are nice generally. But it's like, what? Stop it. Please. That's all. Sniper's definitely sober. Huh? Well, I'm not asking 90% of you, chat. You stop calling me sir. I'm not a fucking knight. Fuck the monarchy. Okay? I'm not your god. You don't need to worship me. You talk like you do, and that's weird as fuck, mate. I don't know how to handle you most of the time. Whatever you're doing, quit it. Thanks, Chad. You're not helping. Grumble. What'd the monarchy ever do to you? Look dumb on my money. Take my taxes? Hi, I'm in Canada. You're drunk today? Forgive me. Okay, you're forgiven. Log off and drink some water. That's all. You gotta pick somebody, Fishbone. You gotta pick somebody. I'm not gonna pick for you. Monarchs lack the riz. Here's the thing, monarchs ain't like me for real. So crown properties would be exempt. It's a pretty corrupt institution. Hey. Save the game? Okay. I mean, okay. I like you, Sniper. Please go to bed. It's just a 600-second timeout. I'll see you when you're sober. Sure, I'm not going to say the queen wasn't a lovely lady. But in the good year of 2025, an extraordinarily expensive British tourist attraction isn't worth being referred to and used as and called a fucking monarchy. And stop taking my tax money. Okay? I want to use my tax money for healthcare and useful things. The world has gone to shit since her death? It was going to shit before she died, mate. It's a Sniper. I mean, he'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't worry about it. I can just only handle so much overstated parasocial romanticism from somebody who's been drinking. Please drink some water, chat. And don't be like Sniper. Sniper's lovely. I don't hate Sniper for clarity's sake here. Sniper, when Sniper's drunk, just acts like... Okay, so you know the meme overly attached girlfriend? But like just a name in a chat room. It's the way he talks. Except like combined with also everybody is now a knight and has no self-awareness or personality, and it's kind of painful to read, and I don't like it. True, yeah, no, you know, honestly, I would say the world has gone to shit since Freddie Mercury died. Queen, on the other hand, You're picturing a golden retriever. To be fair, I would probably also put a golden retriever into timeout, so that works too. You're gonna pick Mogwai? I don't think Mogwai has a dwarf. Mogwai, you're getting a dwarf. What kind of dwarf do you want? Any preference? Crafter? Those are my crafter options. We got wood crafters, craft crafters, metal crafter, happy crafter, upset crafters, pondering crafters, craft crafters. Do you want a craft crafter with a beard or a craft crafter without a beard? Well, actually, then it would be like a stone crafter, but with a beard? Okay, so then you're getting... we'll give you this stone crafter because I'm pretty sure this one actually has functional use of his hands. Yes, you do. I'm pretty sure the other ones are chronically disabled. Is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. After a new romance in 315, is she dead? Still alive. He doesn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body times a trillion. Got it. Very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. Is greatly pleased by his own looks and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He is assertive and he tends to consider what others think of him. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and he tends to hang on to grievances, occasionally overindulges and acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering craft work someday. Personally, finds following of tradition foolish and limiting, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and dislikes cooperation, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Not dead, because I just saw their name, so I'll check in a sec. You seem to actually be a pretty happy dwarf. You just saw a bunch of dead goblins, which kind of fucked with your brain a little bit. You do actually have quite a few friends in the fort, as well as your lover. And been in the fort since the year of Pi. And you had clothes rot off your body. Well, that's not good. But aside from the rotting off clothes part, you seem to be quite a happy dwarf. How is Big Bang doing? I am not sure the number, but it's quite high. I'd say maybe 20 or so. Have no usage of their hands. Big Bang has moved to being a Marks dwarf. Although seemingly hasn't done much in the way of training. But generally still pretty happy, it seems. Do I not have you training? Yes, I do have you training. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to go to here. I need to go to standing orders, sieges and forbidding. Forbid used ammunition during sieges. That's it. I need a hunter's guild. Well, next they're going to ask me for a